Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our EPA Environmental Science to Policy Seminar. My name is Emer Cotter. I'm a director in the EPA, Director of Evidence and Assessment, and I want to welcome you all here today, those that are in the room and also those that are joining us online. So Laura Burke, our Director General, is going to open the seminar this morning. But I just want to say a few words about our overall aims and objectives and what we're trying to achieve out of today. And we in the EPA understand the challenges of operating in this science technical policy interface. We understand how difficult it is getting the right information, the right science, the right evidence to policymakers when they need it, and that time frame is always important and in a format that is useful to them. So really today what I would hope that we get out of this is that we look at perhaps some of the structural issues or improvements that can be made in that science policy ecosystem. What, for example, are the structures, the processes, the networks that could be in place that would create better connections between policymakers and the scientific communities, better connections and better relationships. And then also looking at the people who operate in that interface. And as I say, we have a long history in the EPA of navigating through this space, but what are the competencies, the skills that we need to build EPA as an organisation and you in your organisations, and what could we do to take that on in the coming weeks and months? So Mary Doyle is a former senior civil servant, now with the RIA. Mary is working with us to put together a report after this event. So she will draw out many of the key themes that will come up today during the course of the really interesting presentations, but also in the course of the discussion. So we've built in a lot of time in the agenda to allow that discussion to happen. So please do engage and don't hold back. We really want to hear your thoughts and really the how to improve the translation of our science and our knowledge into policy. And at this point, it's a good point to say that we are operating under Chatham House rules. So I have a number then of more mundane things to say that are really important. So first of all, on the fire exits, we are in the red hall for this event. We're on level -1. So the fire exits are located via the doors behind me, to the left and to the right. On exiting their doors, there are 3 fire exits straight in front of you as you exit the red hall, up the stairs, to the left of the red hall, down the corridor and to the right of the red hall. And if something does happen, we're to congregate outside on the corner of Pierce Street and Lombard Street East. Also really important is food. You will be fed through the day. There's tea, there's coffee, there's lunch in the Lambay Hall. And I have been asked to ask you to mute your phones, to note that today will be recorded. The lights are for the people who are joining us online, so and to distract the people who are talking, and also that the presentations will be made available afterwards. So that's it from me for now. I'm going to hand over to our Director General, Laura Burke, who will formally open the seminar.
Thanks very much, Emer. Yeah, the lights, it does feel slightly Spanish Inquisition here today. That is not the intention. It is to facilitate a really good debate and discussion. And thank you all who are here today, and thanks everybody who's joining us online. I think a function of people being present, it was difficult to get the event started because everybody was chatting and talking outside, which really shows the benefit, I suppose, of being able to come together again, share knowledge, share experiences, and also develop relationships, which actually a lot of this science to policy space is about relationships, it is about trust, all of those sort of things, the human aspects of everything that we do. So delighted to have you all here in person, and also to really welcome the people coming in online. And this is an incredibly important topic. It's something that we in the EPA have been very conscious of for, I suppose, for all of our existence, but it really has come to the fore in the last number of years. And to quote the Joint Research Centre, we're at a defining moment for the way our societies are governed. Complexity, wicked problems, the abundance of information, the pace of change, uncertainty, misinformation, populism, polarisation, as well as new governance models and digital technologies are creating the need to change how policy is made. So, God, we're living in a very a changing world and a very complex world that we're all trying to navigate. So, the EPA and all through our history, one of our roles is to provide scientific advice to policymakers on key environmental challenges, whether that be climate change, water quality, air quality, radon, chemicals, you name it in the environmental field, we are involved in it. We've tentacles everywhere. And in this capacity, the EPA regularly provides scientific advice to policymakers in government departments and agencies, all based on our scientific expertise. And as a scientific organisation, we're committed to protecting, improving, and restoring our environment. We do that through regulation, scientific knowledge, and I suppose the focus of today, working with others. And we are committed to being a key source of trusted scientific evidence and knowledge, to be a voice for the environment, and ultimately to collaborate with others to deliver better environmental outcomes. Significantly, and in the context of today's meeting, we are committed to ensuring our evidence is more easily accessible, that it informs policy, and it meets all stakeholders' needs. So no easy task and a high level of ambition there, but that's what we have to strive to. So interaction between science and policy is not easy. I think we all know that, but hopefully today's discussions will help kind of drive that discussion and move the debate forward. So I'm pleased to see commitments to prioritisation for greater whole of government policy development and implementation, as well as commitments to developing foresight capability in the civil service renewal strategy. This strategy also commits to develop a rigorous, professional and evidence-based approach to policy development. So all of the right things have been said, and like so many things, we now have to translate aspiration into reality. And so that we can learn from experiences, learn from what's worked and what hasn't worked, and I'll come back to that later. And one of the really important functions of the EPA is environmental research. And since 2004, we've been really focused on building capacity in environmental research. And in our most recent strategy, we are committed to putting science and innovation at the centre of environmental protection in Ireland through the development of proactive transfer of knowledge. And where we see this is around capability, trust and reputation. And these are key characteristics for organisations such as the EPA. People have to believe and trust us if they're going to take on board the knowledge that we're providing. And there are a number of principles in order to deliver this scientific excellence, and that will always be at the core of what we do. Service of the public interest, that's our ultimate aim. Transparency and accessibility, and in the context of our most recent strategy, I was talking to a number of stakeholders, to people around the system, and that transparency keeps coming through. And we aim to be transparent in everything that we do. Future readiness, of course, is also important, looking to the future, and veracity. Sometimes it is, you have to say the same thing again and again and again, and ultimately the timing will suddenly be right for particular messages. And the objectives of our work in science, in this kind of scientific evidence area, are really to provide the best evidence to inform policy and decision making, to deliver timely and better EPA assessments, and I suppose ultimately to be more of than the sum of our parts. We do lots of different things in the area of monitoring, analysis, data assessments, but they all need to come together ultimately to deliver for the environment and to deliver changes and improvements for the environment. And all of these really link to the work that's been identified by the Royal Irish Academy and their roadmap on research for public policy, looking at building bridges, creating trust, offering opportunities, joining up and saying what already exists, and knowledge management and brokerage. And again, we'll come back to the theme, there's an awful lot of information out there, but how does it all come together? And the EPA produces State of the Environment reports every 4 years. I'm sure all of you are aware of it, and many of you are involved in producing these reports. And the most recent report in 2020 found that Ireland's environment, the quality of Ireland's environment is not what it should be, and that the outlook is not good unless action is taken. So sustained and focused action is needed to achieve sustainability. And there can be a lot of discussion, I suppose, by ourselves, but also in the media, of particular sectors. So at the moment, whether it's agriculture or energy, for example, but actually it's needed right across society. And we need to be really careful we don't kind of decide that if one sector needs to change and the rest of us can stay the way we are and continue doing things the way we've always done them. So it is right across society, I think, is really recognised that we now need to change. And we need to better link knowledge with action. And, you know, again, we know what needs to be done, but why don't we do it? You know, this gap between aspiration and implementation. And, you know, really looking at changes in how knowledge links with science and policy and action. We'll need new skills as well as new institutional structures. Some of these skills will be in considering scientific evidence derived from foresight as well as hindsight. And we need to look back as well as look forward, and I might come to that in a moment. And these particular public policy assessment skills were assessed by the OECD in their 2021 report towards a strategic foresight system in Ireland. And they noted that using strategic foresight is essential in order to get early warnings of oncoming disruptions, to build resilience and future-proof plans, and to reframe and enhance effectiveness of strategies. And I suppose ultimately to generate shared language and visions of success. So scientific advice tends to lead with what is known or foreseeable. That's kind of natural. And the policy environment, and I suppose all of us are uncomfortable with the unknown, and we find the concept of foreseeability and associated uncertainties challenging. You know, it's much easier to deal with what we know. We're much more comfortable with that. Starting getting into uncertainties is a very uncomfortable space for all of us. So we need structures and arrangements where advices for policy can deal with horizon scanning, foresight, and these uncertainties. And while skills for ex-ante assessment for policy intervention seem reasonably robust, where we're looking at economic analysis, those skills are less well developed in relation to assessments in relation to environment and health implications, particularly over the medium to long term. Moreover, it does seem that there is inconsistency in the application of ex-ante assessments across the policy domains. But another insight that flows from the EPA experience is that we're poor in Ireland at ex-post analysis in relation to previous policy interventions, and I'm sure there's loads of reasons for that. But it's really important that we learn from the past. We're not living in it, and that can be, it's not around witch hunts. It's not, trying to kind of say, you were wrong, finding guilty parties, etc., which sometimes can be the narrative. It's really about what worked, what didn't, and then what changes do we make into the future to support better policy interventions. There are important roles, of course, for science advices in relation to ex-post analysis. And the aim of that is to lead to better future policy, and that's the long and the short of it. There needs to be arrangements that facilitate systemic ex-post and ex-ante assessment that will lead valuable insights for policy development area. If we don't know how well we did in the past, what we've done or what we haven't done, how on earth can we begin to plot the future? So I think we've got examples around regulatory impact assessment, strategic environmental assessment, and these certainly have developed over the last number of years. But what we really also need to look at, and again we've been talking about this for a long time, is transdisciplinarity. We're looking at issues from a variety of different expertises, a variety of different lenses to come up with the best approaches. We all do tend to look at things from our own area of expertise. And then what we end up is partial solutions or not solutions at all, certainly in my mind. And I speak as an engineer, and engineers have a particular way of thinking, and they think that, this is the right way, but of course they're not. We've got all sorts of different, whether it's the social sciences or different sciences, the environmental sciences, all of that. We need all of it pulled together and those experiences in order to get, as I said, the best results. And I think where we're at in the situation we're at now is that policymakers, scientists, as well as society at large, acknowledge the need for policy to be much more evidence-based, increased emphasis on quality of the evidence and its potential use, and around looking at areas of transparency, of robustness, and of course of relevance. And I suppose the important part of this is to recognise that it's not a linear process, it is a cycle, and that we try things, we learn things, and then we keep coming around and moving on. And back to what I was saying is that there's multiple sources of knowledge, many of which are not in, and I'm very conscious of the audience I'm speaking today, with many research institutions here, many of the aspects of knowledge aren't in traditional research houses as well. So we need to kind of broaden the net. So for a long time, EPA research activities have pursued this knowledge to policy. Back in 2014, we did we funded research between Trinity and Aqua TT, which produce resource documents and guidance documents on improving communication between researchers and policymakers on environmental issues and challenges. And I know that, and more recently, we funded a project on research to policy impact through effective knowledge transfer. And David Murphy, who we'll hear from later today, was one of the authors of this work. And in 2021, so kind of back to this continuing evolution, the EPA awarded a contract to Aeron Innovation to look again at knowledge transfer. So lots of work in this space, and as an agency, we're also looking at trying to do different things. So research to policy, fast-track research to policy awards, topic-specific briefing seminars, expert training in communication skills for our researchers, policy impact summaries, etc. But I think hopefully, and certainly the feedback I've received, is one of the strongest areas is kind of co-design of research, engaging policymakers in what are the research gaps, what are the research needs that they need or that you need, but also really active participation on steering committees of research of policymakers and hearing directly back from researchers that brings them. It's not only that it's a kind of a direct access to policymakers, but also that brings a different knowledge for researchers to understand much more where policymakers are coming from. So we will be continuing to do that and recognise that it does take time and it absorbs time of the policymakers, but hopefully you'll see much better results and much more relevant results out of that. And scientists have knowledge, but typically limited authority to bring about change, where policymakers have the authority but may not be aware of the most up-to-date knowledge to inform effective change. So how we address that, being easily and access to that knowledge, but also recognising that policymakers need to look at things from multiple different lenses. So not only the science, but also social aspects and economic aspects as well. So it is not a simple process. So the other, and maybe coming to the end, the other thing, and I've mentioned the EPA's State of the Environment report, but also it's recognising that environment agencies, both nationally and across Europe, have a key role in evaluation of policies, as well as evaluation of what is the current situation with regard to the environment. So at a national level, yes, the EPA, and we pull in a huge amount of information from a range of sources and different agencies, but also critically important is the European Environment Agency and their work at looking at things sometimes at that kind of European level, looking at it from the European level, that also helps us compare and contrast who's doing what across Europe, but what's working in different countries, sharing that peer knowledge as well that we can learn from others. And one of the key roles of the EEA, and I'm sure Cathy Maguire is going to talk about it later, is that sharing of knowledge, sharing of expertise, so that we can learn from each other. And so as I said, that sharing of expertise nationally, internationally, from European Environment Agency, but also very conscious that the European Commission are focusing on this and have focused on it in the last number of years. So later this morning, we're going to hear from Laura Smiley of the European Commission and Cathy Maguire from the European Environment Agency in looking at the activities they are championing. We'll also hear from Trudy Duffy of DFERIS and David Murphy, I mentioned earlier, an expert on knowledge transfer in relation to national developments. We're delighted that Philip Nugent from the Department of the Environment will share his insights. We have a case study from Portugal, and we've also got case studies from Ireland from John Wenger, Diarmuid Thorney, and EPA colleagues as Jenny Deacon and Kevin Kelleher. So there's a huge amount of information there, and I'd really encourage you to actively participate and challenge as part of the discussion and debate this morning. And so I'm going to leave with a quote a colleague gave to me, which is, "We're drowning in information while starving for wisdom. The world henceforth will be run by synthesizers, people able to put together the right information at the right time, think critically about it, and make important choices wisely." So we've an awful lot of data. It's what we do with it is the critical bit. So I'm going to hand over that challenge to all of you this morning and look forward to a really interesting day. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Laura. I think that really set out the scale of the challenge, starting off with increasingly complex problems, wicked problems, polarisation, and populism, as well as the need then to create those solutions, being multidisciplinary, co-create the solutions together with the right skills and the right disciplines involved. So no small challenge. So really looking forward to the discussion today. So we like to be agile in the EPA, and we're already have a bit of a change on the agenda. Philip is stuck in traffic. He's on a bus, so he's so we're going to go with Cathy Maguire is going to open up the day, and I'll give a brief introduction here to Cathy. So Dr. Cathy Maguire works in the Sustainability Transitions Programme in the European Environment Agency, and she focuses on integrated assessments, systems and sustainability assessments, learning and development. And Cathy has responsibilities for design, coordination and lead authorship of the state of and outlook of the European Environment Reports. Cathy has over 20 years of experience in developing knowledge that supports policy and decision making, and has worked in the public and private sectors, academia and civil society. So over to you, Cathy.
Thanks, Seymour. Okay, good morning, everybody. Now, I'm going to cover a little bit of the same ground as Laura, but actually from a European perspective. So we know in terms of sustainability, there are many targets and objectives at national level, European level, global level. But we also know that there is this big gap between the knowledge of what needs to happen, the actions that are taken, and then the outcomes. So when I talk about knowledge for action, what we're really talking about is how to close that gap. Because we know that information deficit model of more knowledge leads to better decisions, better outcomes, doesn't work. And we also know that scientific evidence and advice is just one input into policy and decision making. which are essentially political processes, and the evidence gets weighed up with other considerations and trade-offs and things taken into account. Now, at the European Environment Agency, one of our core functions is to provide policy-relevant assessments that support European and national policy making. And just like you have in Ireland, we have a flagship assessment called the State and Outlook of the European Environment Report that we produce every 5 years. And it's our largest, most comprehensive integrated assessment. And it has a particular relationship which has evolved, a particular relationship with strategic European policy, which has evolved over time, really from the first one in 1995 to quite a strong relationship with the Environment Action Programmes, which provide a framework for European environmental policy. So our latest one we published in 2020, well actually it was published at the end of 2019. And we aim there to support the framing of the 8th EP, but we also wanted to support policy development of the European Commission. So what we found is that when we published this in December 2019, like a week later, the European Commission then published the European Green Deal. And in the communication, they directly referenced this as a response to the challenges that we had set out in SVR. So everybody wants their assessments to have some impact and influence. And this didn't happen by accident, because when we design these assessments, we look at the policy development cycle, we look at what we're trying to influence and make sure that our timing aligns. We have some discussions with policymakers around the types of questions that they're seeking answers for, and then we engage with people during development. So during the whole development of SVR, we were also engaging with those people who were responsible for the European Green Deal, so they knew what the assessment was going to say, what was coming, and what some potential policy responses are. So it has to be a continuous process of engagement, so those involved in assessments learn about policy and policy making and understand that, and those in policy making also understand the role of assessments and scientific advice in policy making. So what did SVR say? Well, SVR said basically we do these summary assessments across a very wide range of thematic areas, as well as cross-cutting assessments and sustainability assessments. And the core message was that we really need urgent systemic change. And this needs to be transformative. The kind of business as usual and what we're seeing, these incremental improvements, is really not enough. But what we also were highlighting is that this is happening. We need to have this change at a time where we have these really multiple and interconnected social, economic, and environmental crises. It's not just the environment, it's also things that are going on in society, in increasing inequalities, because the social acceptability of actions on the environment really matter when it comes to the effective implementation outcomes and what policymakers think is possible. And we're also doing this in what we call, Laura alluded to this, what we call it the VUCA world. So it's a world of much more complexity, volatility, ambiguity, uncertainty. And this, we have to think about this in terms of how we present and communicate our assessments, because this is kind of the world that people are operating in and the considerations they have. So it's not just enough to say, well, we need to do X, Y, Z. You've got to recognize this context that we're in. And then there's also the issue of relevance, because, as I said, we published SVR at the end of 2019, but, you know, often knowledge, if it's time-stamped like that, it can be seen then as dated. You know, we need something new. What's the latest thing? And, you know, we know that more knowledge doesn't necessarily need more action, and I'm always struck by the example of zero waste going to circular economy, because the knowledge base on zero waste, that was seen as an NGO agenda decades ago, but the fundamental principles didn't change, but political acceptability of circular economy changed because it was seen as having some opportunities. So there's an example of where the knowledge base didn't fundamentally change, but actually the actions changed and the outcomes changed because of how it was viewed. So we wanted to make sure that now we had this new policy framework, that what we'd done in SVR was still seen as relevant, because it is the European Green Deal still needed to be translated into much more concrete policy objectives and proposals and action plans. So we had this idea about this report called Knowledge for Action and asked ourselves 4 simple questions. Simple questions, not necessarily so simple to answer. So is Europe achieving its objectives? And this was really then how we could synthesize SVR. What are Europe's ambitions? This was setting out what the new policy ambitions were in the Green Deal and the draft 8th AP and relating them to the assessment outcomes. Because we looked at how do these policy developments respond to what we said in the assessment and this need for real transformative change. How far do they go? Or are we just talking still business as usual plus? And then we wanted to have a much deeper focus on how knowledge can support action to achieve change. So this issue of how we close this gap. And in doing that, again, there was a lot of discussion about how the European Green Deal was this real paradigm shift. And so we use this concept of a paradigm shift, which people may, if you're old enough, remember from Thomas Kuhn's Structure of Scientific Revolutions. And in it we said, well, has there really been this paradigm shift in our understanding and policy and knowledge? And in terms of our understanding, we would say if you look over the last decade, there has been this paradigm shift from environment to sustainability. We don't look at environmental challenges just as things that are very specific and linear. We know that they're complex. We know that there's lots of interlinked cause and effects. And so we've moved from that kind of more specific focus to systemic to then sustainability. And that also influences the type of analysis and assessments that we have to do. Because when you're talking then about sustainability and this need for transformative change, it means that we need to bring in these kind of new ways of looking at things and new kind of assessment frameworks and logics. So we're looking at societal systems because they are the underlying cause of environment and climate pressures. So we need to look at these issues in the context of the food system, energy system, or built environment or mobility, relating these things to our lifestyles. Then we also, now policy is full of ambitions about transitions and transformations. So we need to think about ways of how we actually analyse those. And here we draw from things like transitions literature, because how do you understand these large kind of societal change processes? How can you begin to measure and monitor what is going on? And then how can you really relate that to policy? And one of the things from that field of research is that they don't really have a strong link back to policy and thinking about policy implications. A lot of it is, we need more research on this, not this is what we can do about it and this is the type of decisions that we need to make. And so when we think about these change processes, again, a lot of it is about finding good things and let's scale them up as much as possible. So how do we put in the structures and resources to do that? But we use that one on the right, the X curve, because it's also about phasing out. A lot of this is things that we need to stop doing as well. So for this you know, we had to bring in these kind of new frameworks and new logics into the assessment, but then that also creates some challenges about relating that to policy. So then when we asked ourselves, this question is, well, have we seen this paradigm shift from environment to sustainability and policy? Again, as we look at developments over the last few decades, we would say yes. So now what we have is a lot of these concepts related to the economy. We've got so many different types of economies now, blue, green, bio, whatever. We've got a lot more focus on natural capital, but also now this strong transitions and transformative change agenda. So in Europe now, we now have this new policy landscape. So building from the environmental acquis out to the Green Deal, 8th Environment Action Programme, right through now to quite a lot of 2050 visions. So these long-term visions, which really have the societal transition perspective. And so, as I said, this raises some challenges because, you know, these are shared visions in policy, but from an assessment perspective and a knowledge perspective, they raise questions about what do you actually mean by that. So what is a regenerative economy? How could that be operationalized? How can we begin to get a handle on what it means and how you can begin to see whether you're making progress in this area or not? Again, concepts like just transition, resilience, neutrality, you know, all of these things open up knowledge challenges because now we need to respond to these. And then also thinking about policy, that quote on the right-hand side about these challenges are complex and interlinked, so policy responses must be bold and comprehensive, and they will require intense coordination. Again, this is part of the Green Deal, but that comes directly from SBR. And there, what we were saying is that quite often with policy and looking at evidence to support policy, there's been a focus on implementation, on environmental integration. But when we look at these kind of transitions perspectives, policy coherence really comes to the fore in a much stronger way. So a lot of approaches to analysing policy coherence are kind of tick box. But again, we need to think about how can we bring knowledge. It really looks at these kind of synergies, but also trade-offs, because a lot of it will be about deciding around trade-offs, because the evidence is only one part of the decision-making process. And then we thought, well, how does, we have all these knowledge challenges, so how does this actually apply when you think about a knowledge system? Have we seen the same paradigm shift? And of course, there has been improvements and developments over the decades. We now have much more multidisciplinary work, much more interdisciplinary projects, funding schemes for those. Some key knowledge gaps are being addressed. But, change, I would say, there has been more incremental, because issues like the incentive structures for researchers to do this type of work has been something that's been talked about for decades, and the need to change, but we've still not really seen the fundamental change that's needed there. So we said, do we actually need a new paradigm? And said, well, yeah, I think so when it comes to knowledge. Because knowledge is always seen as a key enabler of sustainability transitions. And in the 8th EAP, you have this whole thing about how policies and action need to be based on the best available scientific knowledge. We need to strengthen the knowledge base, its uptake, its use, etc. Now, this is nearly exactly the same as what was in the 7th EAP, 6th EAP, etc., etc. And what we don't necessarily see is some real fundamental change. So again, just like we see in the environmental outcomes, closing this gap between our ambitions, our actions, and what we actually see in the ground, a business-as-usual approach to knowledge development, just adding in some extra multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary work, will not really suffice. So again, as I said, we've been bringing in these more systems perspectives when we think about environment and sustainability challenges. So our response is, well, what if we bring in a much stronger systems perspective when we start to talk and think about knowledge? So what we did in this report is to propose what a knowledge system for sustainability could look like. And in doing so, we engaged with some research projects that were developing long-term visions for knowledge systems, as well as discussing them with colleagues in the EA about what this could look like. And so when we talk about a knowledge system, it's all the things that Laura alluded to. It's the actors, it's our practices, it's our routines and structures, but it's also our mindsets, our values, our cultures. All of these things really influence what knowledge we produce and how we do it. And so a knowledge system for sustainability is very much more about the how than the what, because we already know that knowledge needs, if we want knowledge to support sustainability transitions, it needs to be integrated. It needs to span these policy domains and different disciplines. We need to bring in different types of knowledge and different ways of framing problems and solutions, because there are shared objectives, but there are many different ways of getting there. And so we set out a little bit about what we think a knowledge system for sustainability could look like. And this is not meant to be something very definitive. It's meant to be something that starts a conversation and starts work on really trying to develop these ideas a lot further, because we need a very broad range of people to engage in this conversation. It's not just something for the EEA, it's something for us, our networks, research communities, other partners as well. So again, because there's always this element of the what and the how, when we looked at the knowledge system and then Europe's policy ambitions, we thought there were some selected areas that we really needed more action on. So one is kind of the data monitoring indicators aspect, because indicators do play an important role in policy making. And when we look at the kind of indicators and things that we have available, they're not ones that are capturing these societal change processes or even changes in systems. They tend to be related to implementation of environmental legislation, monitoring stuff at end of pipe, etc. They're not really looking at the drivers of change. They're not really looking at the enablers of change, like finance, like governance and stuff. So we need a much broader picture here. Then when we look at the key actors, again, it's not just policymakers, it's not just research and education, it's also citizens, it's boundaries organisations. If we're really talking about whole of society change, then we have to have whole of society engagement in knowledge production, uptake and use. And the type of features that such a knowledge system would have, it would be much more innovative, it has to be collaborative, it has to be open access. So people have to be able to access that knowledge, not necessarily through a paywall or, things can't just get hidden away in academic papers anymore, really. So there has to be, if you want people to use it, it has to be accessible. And we need to complement the very valuable and important fundamental research and single disciplinary research that goes on. It's not about throwing any of that away. It still is totally important and foundational, but it needs to be complemented with much more inter and transdisciplinary research. And again, thinking about how we do this, much more emphasis on co-production, and really on learning by doing as well. So there has to be room for experimentation, because I said there are many ways in which we could achieve some of these policy objectives around sustainability, and so there has to be a bit of experimentation to see whether things work. And if we do that, some of the outcomes of such a knowledge system should be that we have more innovative and integrated knowledge, but it's really about enhancing this interface between science, policy and society, both in what we're producing and in how we're doing it. And that also means it has to have an emphasis on how we develop the capacities and skills to do that, because quite often they're not necessarily the ones that we're trained to when you come from a scientific background. But it also requires us to think about our own role in the knowledge system, because we're part of that system. And so for us at EEA, we think we've got an important role to play in bridging this gap between science, policy, society. And as Laura said, that's also a role that the EPA has here. And so that requires us also to look and think about our own practices and what knowledge we're producing and how we do it and what we might need to change to actually contribute to such a knowledge system. So at the EEA, we have this 2030 vision, which is shared between the EEA and IONET, so that's our country network, of which Ireland is a part, that we will enable sustainable Europe through trusted and actionable knowledge. And so we had to ask the question, well, what do we actually mean by trusted and actionable knowledge? So we engaged in a dialogue in the agency to try and understand how people understood trusted and actionable knowledge, and then what might it mean for our own practices. So we use a whole lot of different assessment frameworks, and this is one that we use. It's called the MDIAK, and more jargon. So monitoring, data, information, assessments, and knowledge. And it distinguishes between these different phases of knowledge development that support the policy process. But as you can see, it's very much focused on the what. So what data do we need? What indicators do we need? What assessments do we need? What do we need to know? And I love this quote because it shows, where is the wisdom we've lost in knowledge and where is the knowledge we've lost in information? It's from 1934. So it shows that, what the issues we're trying to tackle are not necessarily contemporary. They've been around for a long time. Only I think the scale of it now is something different. So we began to rethink this, thought, well, if we think about this in terms of the how as well, and we worked with members of our scientific committee on this, to kind of recast it, to show that this is not really a linear process. This type of knowledge development to support policy has to be much more iterative. It's also about continuous institutional learning. It's about ongoing experimentation, evaluation, and adapting things. It's about being more participative. It's about expanding our capacity for transdisciplinary research. And it's also about being more systems literate and trying to bring wisdom and action into the picture rather than just ending with assessments. But then we also began to think about our own roles because, yes, we produce knowledge, but we can do much more than that in terms of contributing to knowledge uptake and use. So we have a role as a knowledge producer, as an analyst, looking at systems and systemic challenges of particular importance for transmissions processes. But we also have other roles which are more about how we do this. So one of them is a convener, so bringing people together from different research communities, from different policy communities, to try and facilitate this kind of integration of perspectives and knowledge. Then we also have a role as a translator, because in trying to provide policy relevant assessments, we have to translate sometimes what can seem quite abstract academic work to the realities of policymakers, because there's a wealth of very interesting and useful stuff in the whole transitions literature, but it can seem a bit detached from what people have on their desks and the decision making that they're doing now. So that's part of our role, is that translation role as well. And then also as a networker, where we see important and useful innovations and developments, help scaling these up and sharing that information. And as Laura said, we have our IONET network, which is really about sharing good practices as well. And so we continue to learn from each other and what's going on in other countries. But then there's also the individual level as well, because in trying to do some of this work, we find ourselves challenged that actually we might need new skills and capacities that we haven't had before. And so Laura will say a bit more about what the JRC has been doing there, but they've got some fantastic work really on competence development, not just for sustainability, but for policymakers and scientists who want to engage in the process, and a lot of things about how you can really achieve impact on policy. So it's definitely worth digging a lot more into their material. But just to conclude, what I would say is that there are a lot of things that we can do to really help try and close this gap between knowledge of what needs to happen, the kind of actions on the ground, and the outcomes. And they go from individual level, thinking about our own competencies and what do we need to develop to do that, thinking about how we collaborate with others, thinking about what we might do at organisational level, the different roles we might play in addition to just producing knowledge, and then how we can do that as part of a wider knowledge system. So one in which we're not separate from policymakers or decision makers, but we're all part of the same system trying to achieve the same goals. And so I think if we can do that, and I'm really one of the things that really I've learned over the years is that you just have to do it. And there's no all of this reading and learning is no substitution for just doing it and getting on it, because we really learn how to do it through learning by doing and sharing those experiences with others and learning from them as well. And so that's why I'm really looking forward to hearing about what people have been doing here over the course of the day, and hopefully we can exchange and we'll all come away having learned how we can do this a bit better. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Kathy, and there's so much in your presentation. I think digging into the knowledge systems as you set it out in the EEA is something for us perhaps to draw on later in the discussion, moving from data, monitoring indicators through to the key actors, the knowledge system features, so the innovation, collaboration to give us the outcomes that we're looking for. I think that gives us some framework to maybe to guide our discussion. So I did see, so Laura Smiley is going to talk to us next. And Laura leads the European Commission's multi-annual research programme Enlightenment 2. The programme is identifying the drivers of political decision-making, exploring the extent to which facts, values, social relations, and the online environment affect political behaviour and decision-making. With over 20 years of experience working at the science policy interface, having worked on both sides of the fence, Laura works every day to bring the very best possible evidence into the EU's political decision-making processes. And prior to joining the Commission in 2017, Laura worked as a Research Institute Director, and previously in the for-profit and not-for-profit sectors. In 2010, she was appointed the Senior Communications Advisor and Deputy Director of the Director of Communications to the European Food Safety Authority. So really looking forward to hearing Laura's presentation.
Good morning, everybody. And good morning to colleagues also online. It's so nice to be here in person. My very grateful thanks to the EPA for the very kind invitation to be with you today. That was quite a long, extensive introduction about my background. I'm going to put all of this into context. And in her opening remarks, Laura very kindly was quoting some of the work from the JRC. And obviously the Science for Policy handbook that was actually referred to has been a little bit of a source of inspiration for this particular event. I'm not going to give you a presentation all about a handbook. That would seem to be a bit of a waste of an opportunity, clearly. But what I am going to do is give the context into which the work on the handbook falls and how all of this fits together in what is really a very significant piece of work in evidence-informed policy making in order to help the Commission, and also how we're working together with the member states on this. So for those of you who are not familiar with the European Commission's Joint Research Centre, we are an official Directorate General of the European Commission, but we are, very importantly in fact, we're not a policy-making DG, which basically means we are over 3,000 scientists who are actually providing the predominantly regulatory scientific underpinning in all areas of of the European Commission's sort of legislative remit, much of which is sort of post-market monitoring, etc., but also assisting increasingly with things such as impact assessments. And here you can really see on the left-hand side just this concept of the abundance of knowledge. And then we had a significant sort of strategic reform where this whole creation of the Joint Research Centre as a knowledge manager on behalf of the knowledge for the Commission came to the fore. And really importantly, we're not just talking about our own knowledge here. We're also talking about, how can we ensure that the policymakers are being provided with a palette of the best possible different types of knowledge and evidence for their political decision-making processes and reflections. And then it's how we ensure as JRC colleagues this degree of embeddedness in that policy process, and how can we ensure as knowledge brokers and synthesizers of information that we are readily on hand in order to make sure that they get the information that they need at the right moment in time. So back to the evidence-informed policy-making topic, and this is the area that I'm working in and the team that I'm part of, and really our work is kind of divided into sort of three key areas. Limits, which I'll come back to in a second, because everyone's talking capacity building, the sky's the limit, etc. Everything's wonderful, we can do everything. I'm going to start off by limits. Also looking at skills and mindsets and talking a little bit about ecosystems. So, really importantly, science for policy, evidence-informed policy making, extraordinarily important. We're the JRC. We believe that evidence-informed policies make for better policies. There's evidence that proves this. But we would be naive to think that it is the only factor to be taken up in any kind of political decision-making process. And so what we've done, very pretentiously, I have the pleasure of leading a multi-annual research program called Enlightenment 2.0. It is building on the concept of the deficit model, the fact that rationality, the thicker the report, the more profound and in-depth the policy outcome shall be. We know this is nonsense. And rather than basically finger wagging at policy colleagues, we have set about to understand this better. How can we ensure that our political decision-making processes are in actual fact more human-centric, that they are actually more in line with the way that we think? The first report we came out with after my Director General came into my office and declared at the very end of 2017, Laura, I need you to fix the new enlightenment. We worked with 60 experts from around the world, everything from neuroscientists to evolutionary biologists, anthropologists, behavioural economists, philosophers, historians, asking them all the same question. What's the driver of political decision-making from your disciplinary perspective? We took lots of this information, we synthesised it, and we came up with our first report on understanding our political nature, which really just set out these are the macro issues for the 21st century policy making. We then did a deep dive into the unique cognitive world of the influence of particularly social media on our democracies and how our decision-making behaviour is different online, why it's different online, and what we can do about that. So that proved to be very important. Then at the end of last year, having had this deep dive, we were also wanting to understand the other legitimate factors in the political decision-making process, of which we recognise that values and identities are extremely important, coming back to those points made about polarisation earlier on in the opening remarks, as well as the concept that we very strongly believe that science, of course, is not values-free. And so in a scientific environment, how do we responsibly address some of these issues without bringing any kind of lack of credibility to the calibre of work? So we address all of this in a lot of detail, which of course brings us very naturally to the question of, so how do we address this in terms of meaningful and ethical communications in a responsible way? As institutions wanting to uphold democratic values, how do we ensure that we are perhaps not going too far with, say, our micro-targeting to ensure that that person gets our message because we're the good guys? You know, what is meaningful, and very importantly, what is ethical? How do we ensure that in order to get that sort of short-term win, this person got my message, is that potentially going to be risking medium to long-term institutional trust? So that's what we're going to be looking at, or what we are looking at right now. Limits. Science can't do it all. The evidence can't do it all. We need to be understanding all of this. And then very importantly, we need to be understanding the optimal place for the evidence within this particular context. And by understanding this, we can help reduce the use of evidence being used as a proxy instead of having things like an adult values conversation and the use and abuse of science. Now on to the happier thing that's not just looking at limits. One of the things that we're doing within the JRC and within the team that is considered really important is the institutional capacity building for the science for policy ecosystems all across the EU. So far to date, we have had 13 workshops within the different member states. We've been writing actually per member state and sectors that we've been working in. We've been writing really detailed reports together with experts in each of those member states. And it's been a challenge for everybody to actually try and sort of say, well, how do all these different... So these reports are quite difficult in the sense that actually often the delivery of evidence is at a sectoral level and is very topic specific. But if we actually start and look at the science for policy ecosystem, we're actually seeing that there's commonalities, and as a result, colleagues who perhaps previously weren't talking to each other are starting to realise that they're sort of facing similar issues. And so through our involvement, if you like, at the European level, we've been helping to actually bridge and bring together different parts of national systems, which has proved really interesting. And as a consequence, I mean, we've built up now of a community of, I think actually we're closer to 2,000 members now than just the 1,500 due to lots of activity last week. And So as a consequence, we're starting to build this kind of group of colleagues who are wanting to better improve this very difficult area, but actually there's a lot of commonality in terms of the problems, whilst recognising the really important cultural context and the cultural specificities. It doesn't mean just as there's going to be, you know, a case study from Portugal today, it doesn't mean that we can't learn from other countries in order to prove, you know, certainly at European level, our own systems, but also help colleagues in other member states learn from each other. So it's really very much about this enabling role that we're trying to do. We actually have a dedicated instrument on behalf of the Commission that we've been awarded. We're going to be working with 7 different member states who are going to be doing reviews of their system, because Ireland is actually doing its own review of its own system at the moment. You're not one of the core 7 member states, but we are making sure that we're going to be including many different countries who are interested in order to learn about what this is going to look like. This is important learning, sharing from each other. And we feel that the scale is worth addressing, and we're not saying that we've got all the answers, not by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, there's lots of humbleness here. But we are seeing that there are disparities, and there are highs and lows and amazing ideas in pockets and certain sectors in certain member states. And we're in the fortunate position at the European level to just help sort of bring this together so that these single elements have got better contextual understanding at the sort of national ecosystem level. And then in turn, we are going to be doing a lot of work at looking at, okay, are there any kind of broad lines, whilst recognising the national context is really, really important, that they could actually really help improve the better regulation level at the EU and strengthen the toolbox. So that's a big initiative we're looking at now. And then specifically to the capacity building for scientists, but also for policymakers, we look at them both at the same time. And Kathy very kindly was referring to our progression models that we've developed within the need for competence frameworks. We've spent about 2.5 years developing these competence frameworks, one for policymakers and one for researchers, which is basically helping policymakers better understand the science, and then for the research community to better be understanding how to be interacting with the policy. These are very beautiful graphics, and it's not a dedicated presentation on this, but these are out. It's important that you know. We'll be following up with links so that people can look at them. These competence frameworks, really importantly, can be providing certainly young career, say civil servants, young career researchers, with some kind of path of how they might want to be evolving in their career. But really importantly, so at the individual level, they're extremely useful. But also what we're trying to do is make the point that at the team level, at the collective level, nobody is ever supposed to be a superstar in all of these things, in addition to your day job of being absolutely outstanding in the area of environmental science. Let's be a bit realistic here. No one can do everything. And so we're actually looking and using these competence frameworks as a means of identifying potential strengths and gaps within teams, and looking at how some of these competences could be further developed collectively. And that's proving to be really popular. And certainly these are details, should you be interested, we'd be delighted to sort of give you full access to all the frameworks. We're not putting, this is the single training course behind every tag that you have to do. It is not this. The progression model is such that it's divided into 4 different levels, from a sort of basic knowledge up to an expert level. And there's lots of time and effort that have gone into looking at, well, what is the reality of being able to learn this, say, from a training, or are there certain experiences that somebody would need to be exposed to in order to really develop in this area? So these are the kind of things that we're looking at. There's also reference made specifically to, obviously, our Science for Policy handbook, our 10 tips for researchers on how to be achieving policy impact, but really importantly, we've created this Knowledge for Policy platform on which all of this information is freely available. Now, because I was specifically asked about our policy handbook, I will just come up with a couple of references to it and highlight a few key points. So really, it's quite a substantial piece of work from key contributors who are actually working as knowledge brokers and at the science policy interface. There's a very strong focus on skills for practitioners. And there's also a very strong focus on the need for reflecting upon knowledge production processes and what that actually looks like. So it's basically split and divided into 4 key sections. Deficit models coming back again. Where on the one hand we're looking at, trying to get away from this kind of binary science policy separation and trying to see, well, how can we amalgamate a bit better? How can we ensure that this is a shared interface? We've even been sort of making the suggestion that the kind of shared team competence models, for example, could actually be something that's shared across the science policy divide, so that members of a knowledge brokerage team could actually partially have some of the skills within the policy side and partially have some of the skills in the research side and really work collectively. We're far off in the Commission from being at that stage, but we're trying. We're also looking then, obviously, all the things that Laura was mentioning earlier with regards to uncertainties, with regards to complexities, looking at post-normal science. But then there's a very strong focus, the real guts of this is looking at the co-creation process and all the different things that actually go with learning, how to be using communities, how to be engaging with citizens, better stakeholder relations, how to be working with things like AI so that the policymakers are perhaps not made to feel redundant, what that means in terms of big data. Interests, for example, how to be dealing with potential conflicts of interest so that it doesn't in any way actually reduce the validity of your work, but at the same time ensuring that people who have got very legitimate perspectives can actually be in a room. All of these kind of things we go into in a lot of detail, and it's written in a way that's really quite accessible. And then in terms of the backbone tools, if you like, for these new ways of working, we're talking about complexity science, we're talking about foresight, we're looking at anticipation, we're talking about all the things Laura was mentioning in her opening remarks about the need for horizon scanning, etc. What can we learn about design for policy and all these new different techniques and different ways of thinking and actually designing in a way that is going to enable better quality co-creation. And then specifically, we're looking at things such as, communicating science, but in the policy context, which is a very different beast than just science communication. And so we then zoom in at the very end of this handbook, specifically looking at a few particular cases, looking at crisis and emergency management. We're looking at the responsible use potentially of behavioural insights in EU policy making, so the potential use of nudge, etc., as well as quantitative methods in the policy cycle. In addition to, when we talk about place-based solutions, it's finding how these tools can be adapted at the local, regional, national, and then international levels most appropriately. So that's quite rich, hopefully. Despite our very best efforts, we sent boxes for you all, which have wonderfully not arrived. But Jonathan's very kindly agreed that should people be interested in receiving this, please to let us know collectively, and we'll find a way of getting some of these handbooks to you. Last but not least, just a nice one to kind of keep up on the screen, the 10 tips that we have identified for you all might be of interest. It's almost a we've almost filtered down many of the things in the handbook, and it's just a nice visual reminder of how this could perhaps be useful in today's particular setting for all of those of you who are indeed scientists wanting to get greater impact at the science policy interface. And with that, I thank you very much for your time.
I don't know. Oh, it is working. Okay. Thank you very much, Laura, who dealt with those curveballs really calmly. And that was a fascinating talk through what is happening in the JRC and really parallels much of what we'll talk about here again today. I liked that Laura started with the limits. Science can't do it all. We're looking to find the optimal place for the evidence within the context. I think that starting point is really interesting. And then very much speaking to how the JRC are building institutional and individual capacity. And there's a lot, I think, we can learn from the work that's happened there. We know we don't need to start from scratch on any of this here in Ireland, and we're merely building on what has happened here already and elsewhere. So I'm going to introduce Philip Nugent now, who is our last speaker of this session. So Philip is an Assistant Secretary in the Department of Environment, Climate and Communications. His responsibilities include circular economy, environmental protection, inland fisheries protection, geoscience policy and regulation, and the Geological Survey of Ireland. So before joining DEC, Philip worked for over 15 years in the Department of Housing in a variety of roles in housing planning and marine planning areas. So no doubt has much experience of talking to scientists and technical people like ourselves looking to support his own work in terms of policy development. So over to you now, Philip.
Thanks, Emer. Thanks, Jonathan, also for the invitation, and thanks for Kathy and Laura for your flexibility in accommodating my slightly later time. I can't guarantee the same level of composure if we get the same AV issues. In fact, I can guarantee that there won't be the same level of composure. I'll be out the door and running down Pearse Street if it happens again. I suppose I'm here to probably give some dispatches from the front, from the kind of the interface between science and policy making, and some of the experiences that I have, as Emer mentioned, in across a number of areas in two departments. And I suppose if I have an overall message, some of it will be quite anecdotal, and if it seems a little bit chaotic, then you can take that as a sort of a consciously modelling it on the policy making process if you want to be kind. But I suppose I'll give some examples of my experiences, but I think one thing I just wanted to sort of say at the outset, I think that policy making always takes place somewhere in the spectrum between, at one end, autocracy, and at the other end, scientocracy. And where you are on that spectrum will depend on the nature of the policy, the kind of the functional area of government in which you're making a policy intervention, external circumstances in terms of, say, the political pressure that you're under, the timing pressure, the availability of data. So if you think of, for example, some of the early responses to COVID, that's at the extreme end, away from autocracy towards scientocracy. But then there are other more value-based policy discussions that have taken place in public life over recent years that have more of a value association with them than science. So with that in mind, just give some kind of reflections on what I see as the challenges for policymakers. So one of the things that I think is really important at the outset is a willingness to acknowledge that we don't have all the answers, because I think that there can sometimes be, and this has held back good policy making, there can sometimes be a defensiveness by policymakers and an unwillingness to be open at all times to what the science or what the evidence says. There's obviously then a really clear requirement for policymakers to understand the research, to understand the evidence, to be able to advocate internally within a government department or a state agency with the political system for a policy intervention based on evidence, but also with external stakeholders, whether it's with industry stakeholders or citizens or environmental NGOs. So the ability to clearly understand, to assimilate and to understand. And also I think to have a clear realization that there's a difference between, there's no such thing as knowledge transfer in my view. Knowledge transfer is a misnomer. It makes it sound as if, you know, if you're a policymaker, you can automatically understand the complex work that somebody who is highly qualified in a specific discipline and has been working for a number of years, it's just like that, it's knowledge transfer. It takes more than that. I think also the complexity of the operating environment is a it's a fact of life for policymakers, and it becomes increasingly complex as years go by. So there's so many balancing priorities, whether it's economic, social, environmental, and the rapidly changing timeframes as well. Added to that, the possibility or the certainty of external international developments, which will impact and are not always predictable, as we've seen again in recent years. I think we also need to have clear expectations around impurity, or our hope for impurity. So from a policymaker's point of view, what we would really love to get is a kind of a slam dunk argument in terms of evidence, so that we can then go to the political system or go engage with citizens and say, look, it's very clear, the economic, social and environmental stars align. That's not always going to be the case. So we're unlikely to ever have certainty. And it's a fact that regulatory science is often working with imperfect data, with a wide variety of inputs, and it's not peer reviewed, and it has to be done within a certain time frame. So you don't have the luxury of certainty, and policymakers need to understand that. They also need to understand the difference between science and evidence, and this is highlighted, I think, in the flyer for the seminar. So science becomes evidence through an interpretive process from know what to know how. As Laura said, science can't fix all the problems, and particularly those that have normative and value-based judgments. And we've seen, again, increasingly in recent years, that people are not really prepared to have evidence-based discussions when they have really fixed and normative value-based approaches to particular discussions. Fortunately, it's not a real feature of Irish public life yet, maybe increasingly so, but we're seeing it in other countries around the world. Communication then, as I mentioned, understanding the research, being able to advocate for it, but being able to, excuse me, very clearly communicate what the needs are to the research community, to say, look, this is where we want to get to in terms of the policy challenge that we have. Here are the timeframes. This is what the political system expects. And then I think resilience is critically important as well, because I guess in any kind of campaign to introduce a new policy or develop new legislation, there's sort of three levels to it. There's your strategic objectives, the operational, and then the tactical. And as things go increasingly badly, you're moved down that chain from strategic to operational to tactical. But you need to be resilient as a policymaker and continue to focus on the evidence and deploy that evidence irrespective of where you are on that chain. And then populism, polarization, and post-truth. We've seen in recent years that politicians think that they can change the course of a hurricane with a Sharpie pen. So science is pretty important in order to refute and overcome that kind of, again, it's really irrational policymaking. Knowledge retention and succession, I think, is a challenge for policymakers and for the scientific community as well. And it's really important in Ireland, I think, in particular, because we have a very small administration. We've got a relatively small research community as well. So a lot of the linkages are kind of personality based, and that's great when it works. But people move on, and people retire, and people move out of where they are. So the system needs to be robust enough to cope with that kind of churn and to be able to retain the knowledge that has been developed. In terms of challenges for the research or the scientific community, I think these are probably all flip sides, or maybe even the same as the challenges for the policymakers. So understanding how policymaking works. So policymaking is amorphous, it's non-linear, there are multiple and widely varying inputs. There's the domestic versus international agenda, evidence-based versus political and ideological, or what the JRC calls facts versus values. Added to that, then, there's the challenge of knowing who to engage with and when to engage. And even within an organization that has a policy-making function and a research function, that can be a challenge, even in a small organization like our own. I'll talk about that a little bit in a moment. Again, that challenge of communicating the complexity and uncertainty of the science or the research. So, you need to be aware that you're speaking to generalists in the main, as civil servants and policymakers. So the information or the evidence needs to be presented in a way that that generalists can understand and that they can then use to make the arguments to the political system or other stakeholders. The flip side of what I mentioned earlier on about the need for certainty or purity, so an acceptance that policymakers need for certainty in a grey environment. Policymakers are looking for certainty in a grey environment, but evidence is sometimes uncertain and it's evolving rapidly. And again, COVID, I think, is a good example here. Just added to that then, on the purity issue, there will be trade-offs. Always, but there's a clear need to engage with the world outside of science to remain relevant and to inform policymaking and the public discourse. Maintaining objectivity and independence is something I'll talk about in a moment. And then acceptance, the reality that deadlines are often driven by the political policy-making process, and this changes very, very rapidly. That resilience issue as well, to be able to stand by, to advocate for, to argue for, and defend an evidence-based position with either to a policymaker or with a policymaker in the public forum. That active versus passive, and the push-pull. So what's the driver for the research? Is it always coming from from policymakers, and how can the science community be more active in pushing and kind of, maybe directing is the wrong word, but advocating for particular policy interventions based on evidence that the scientific community has. And again, I'll talk about that in an example at the moment. That issue of populism, polarization, and post-truth, there's a real anti-intellectualism out there and anti-science. It's an increasingly hostile public arena, whether it's at the PAC or Joint Oireachtas committees. Again, we have senior politicians saying things like, well, we've had enough of experts and things like that. And personal attacks on health experts in the UK, fortunately not here, not physical attacks anyway. But it's a fact of modern life that the public arena is increasingly hostile, both to policymakers and to the science community, to those who advocate for policy interventions. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the things that can happen at the policy research interface, some of which I've been kind of directly involved with, others not. They're not all sort of discussions around where we are on the autocracy, scientocracy spectrum, but first off, and just to say, I offer no judgment, or I'm trying not to offer any judgment on any of these issues. It's just my kind of view on them. But if we're to believe what we hear in the media about the UK mini-budget recently, it seems to have been a package of measures based largely on ideology, without research or evidence to back it up. And we've seen that through the fact that the Office for Budgetary Responsibilities assessment wasn't published and then has been delayed until late November. And as a result, there's been a significant policy change by the UK government. But the reality is, as I understand it, that some economists are warning that the impact will be worse than the 2008 crisis, and the 2008 crisis cost UK households £800 a year over the last 14 years. So that's an example where, when evidence isn't aligned with a policy, it can really cost citizens in a very meaningful way, in a very dramatic way, for a prolonged period of time. But again, that's based on what we're hearing in the media. In terms of some of the DEC examples, so we've got some really good work, I think, going on at the moment in terms of the research that's being done to inform the Climate Action Plan. In my own area, in terms of GSI, and that's one of the issues I mentioned earlier on, there was kind of I think the GSI, and Kuhn, you might comment on this during the questions section. It's kind of a challenge for GSI to have access to policymakers even within the department. But we've seen some good examples of that in recent years in terms of the work that the GSI has done on geothermal, which has then formed the basis for the development of a geothermal policy statement. So that's what I meant earlier on about, or it's an example of what I said earlier on about, even within an organisation, there can be a disconnect between the policymakers and the evidence. The oil and gas announcement, which you're probably all familiar with, back in September 2019 by the then Taoiseach, now Taoiseach. There had been extensive engagement on the issue of what could be done to either capture more revenue from oil and gas exploration companies in Ireland, or to curb oil and gas exploration activity. So lots of examples, or lots of possible interventions were mooted, but ultimately the announcement was made that there would be a ban on oil exploration in Irish waters, but that gas exploration would be allowed because gas was perceived as a transition fuel. The problem with that is that you can't explore for oil and not for gas. So, and that's what all of the evidence which was presented at the time said, you cannot search for one and not for the other. So there's a clear disconnect in that set of circumstances between policymaking and evidence, but at the same time there was an overriding requirement, or there was felt that there was an overriding requirement to make a policy intervention at the UN General Assembly. Water charges, I think, will be one that's talked about for decades. So I think first mooted by the late Brian Lenihan in 2009, supported by a really clear evidence-based, consumption-based charge, provides a way to address years of underfunding without diverting resources from health or housing, and at the same time encouraging conservation. Long advocated by the European Commission as a way of meeting our objectives under the Waste Framework Directive, and contained as a requirement, as a condition of the Troika Agreement in November 2010. But we all know what happened. So for a variety of reasons, whether communications by various ministers, issues of controversy around consultancy expenditure, controversy around bonus arrangements for Irish Water, etc. They all contributed to a situation that made the politics impossible, and then successive governments have moved away from what is, on the evidence, a very rational policy intervention. Linked to that, and one that I was directly involved with, we commissioned a piece of work back around 2013, I think, on the potential use of pay-by-use. Sorry about the acronym, so that's pay-by-use and pay-by-weight. So we commissioned a study on the potential use of pay-by-use domestic waste charging systems in Ireland. So the study evaluated the components of each of the pay-by-use systems in terms of their impacts on waste disposal, recycling, and in particular source reduction, to determine which would be the most environmentally effective system. So that's weight, a tag system, or different bin sizes. The report by UCD was really superb, and it was a prime example of the successful translation of science into rational policy. So I'm going to quote from it. It said, "Weight-based charges can be considered preferable on the whole from the point of view of the environment. When the three forms of weight-based charging are considered separately, we see that the per kilogram form of weight-based charging is the most effective. In light of this finding, the research concludes that the most environmentally sustainable PBU system is the per kilogram weight-based charge." As a policymaker, this was absolute gold. So we had a strategic objective to improve recycling rates, reduce quantities going to landfill, and we now had a clear policy approach informed by research to get us there. And we put in a huge amount of effort on extensive engagement with all stakeholders, so with the waste industry, with the EPA, with local authorities, with elected representatives. We prepared all the necessary secondary and primary legislation. We were all set to proceed with a measure that would have had really positive environmental and economic benefits by lowering people's waste charges, while also improving recycling. But timing scuppered us. And it was too soon after the water charges debate, and it became water charges 2.0, and we just didn't have a chance. We were dead in the water. Once we failed the Joe Duffy test, if you like, and that's when you know you're in a bad place, when a policy intervention is being discussed there. And it just spread like a contagion, and people who were previously on board with it just couldn't get far enough away from this as a policy intervention. I think the establishment of the Office of the Planning Regulator is an interesting one to look at as well. And again, it's not an example of where we are. Well, actually, it is a good example of where we are on the autocracy, scientocracy spectrum, because the establishment of the OPR was first recommended in the Mahon Tribunal report. And the specific recommendation was that the powers of the Minister for Planning should be transferred to an independent planning regulator, so that the independent planning regulator would have the power to direct a local authority if a city or county development plan was deficient. So that was a pretty black and white recommendation. Take the political system out of the power to direct and give it all to a regulator. But it was really interesting in the discussions that took place at the Joint Directors Committee back in 2013 when Jan O'Sullivan was the Minister. So all parties agreed that on the establishment of the regulator that would have a strong role in relation to the forward planning process, and that would be through an empirical evidence-based approach. But there wasn't a single voice raised in support of removing the final statutory function to direct the local authority away from the democratically elected minister. And that's how we ended up with the system now, where the OPR has taken on the Department of Housing's plan assessment function, but the final decision rests with the political system. So the final call is for the minister. So again, there was an unwillingness to go to that full extreme of the scientocracy approach. Closer to home, I think the OECD review of the EPA has some interesting things to say. Really positive assessment, just to get that out there. So yeah, a very positive assessment of the contribution the agency has made and continues to make. But its recommendations did raise a couple of fairly important questions about the future of the agency. And the one that I thought that really caught my attention and continues to, and I think is relevant to today's seminar, is around the role of the agency in policy making. And again, just going to quote from it. It found that the policy context is changing and the EPA needs to take a strategic decision concerning its future direction. Building on its well-established position as an authority on the environment, there could be opportunities for the EPA to provide further evidence-based advice to support the national policy-making process. However, if the EPA is unwilling or unable to be closely engaged in the process, i.e. the policy-making process, that's my interpretation, that's the process, it risks being overlooked, undermining its relevance. So I don't disagree with the recommendation, but putting it into practice is, I think, very far from straightforward, and I don't envy the task of Laura and the board have in doing that. So until now, the agency has had a very clearly defined role in relation to informing policy development, and this sits, I think, consistently alongside the other functions that the agency has in terms of licensing enforcement and what we're discussing today in terms of research. Get the balance wrong, and taking on a too active role in policy development could undermine the objectivity of the agency, I think, in discharging its primary functions. And I think the EPA strategic plan nails it, though, in terms of the balance that needs to be struck. So it states that by 2026, the agency will have successfully advocated for a national policy on the environment and proactively influenced policy and legislation by leveraging its expertise, evidence, and research. So it's a very careful line that needs to be tread there between becoming too active in the policy-making sphere and being a primary source of evidence that informs the policy-making by government. But it still takes the agency a further step away from purely providing the evidence or the science to inform policy-making into that advocacy sphere, and I think that's really welcome. Just to talk briefly then about ingredients for success or what it might look like, and I think what it looks like is the translation of science into rational and effective policy. What it needs, though, I think, is a recognition that it's a shared endeavour that needs to be based on openness and mutual respect. There's sometimes a tendency, I said at the start, for policymakers to think that they know best. I dare say there's sometimes a tendency for scientists to think that they know best, but I don't know, others can comment on that. And for us to be resistant to outside input, and science and policy are different worlds, again, as the JRC handbook does acknowledge, but they're worlds that can't really exist without each other. Policy can't be made without the data, the research, the science, but science alone can't make policy and it can't solve all the problems. I think we're continuously aiming for a sweet spot on that spectrum that I've talked about a few times. It's not static. Evidence and science should inform policymaking and the implementation process on an evolving basis if possible. So that's why it's so useful for us as a department to have internal expertise. Jerry's here from our Climate and Environment Advisory Unit, but what that enables us to do is, okay, if we have a piece of work that we need to take forward, it may be informed by some primary research at the start, but then we have the benefit of having expertise in-house so that as policy evolves, or for example, as policy proposals come from the Commission, we have the expertise in-house that can inform the policy-making process, that can inform our responses to those sorts of policy initiatives. So it can't be static. There needs to be a provision for input from the scientific community, I think, at all stages, from policymaking and implementation. And then the communications challenge, I think we just need to take the opportunities where they arise, because timing is absolutely everything. There will be times when you have the perfect alignment of policy and evidence, but the timing is wrong, and then there will be times when the timing is right and you just need to get it done. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Very much, Philip. I thought that was great, really, from the cold face, and it's funny that you finished on timing is everything, because that's what came through to me, that the time frames of the two worlds can be quite different. The pace that we work at can be quite different. So how to bridge that.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can take your seats, please. Okay, if I could ask everybody to take your seats, please, for our second session this morning. And again, my name is Jerry Clabby. I'm with the Department of the Environment, Climate and Communications. And like several other speakers, I'd like to commend the EPA on today's seminar, which is very, very important for all of us. So our first speaker after the break is Professor Vitor Corrado Simoes, who has served for many years as professor at the Lisbon School of Economics and Management at the University of Lisbon. His research addresses two main fields, international management and innovation management. He has also worked as a consultant to the OECD, to the UN and the European Commission, and he has published widely in Portuguese journals and other international journals, and has served as president of the European International Business Academy, and he is now a fellow of that academy. And without Professor Simoes is joining us this morning via technology from Lisbon, and I'll hand over to you now, Professor Samoas, you're very welcome here this morning.
Many thanks for the introduction, and many thanks to EPA for the invitation. It is a pleasure to be here. I have learned a lot from the first session in the morning. As it was already said, I'm a professor in the field of management and science, technology, and innovation policy, and I'm not an expert on environmental policy. But I thank you very much for the invitation again. My presentation will be about science for policy in Portugal on the basis of a discussion paper I wrote for Joint Research Center that you might have access easily in the internet. And I have to make some acknowledgements, namely to the Joint Research Center team, Lorenzo Melchor and Christian Krieger, and also to the team of Science and Technology Foundation of Portugal, Portugal's Research Board, José Bonfim, José Paulo Esperança, and Maria João Sequeira, and also to the excellent research assistance by João Pedro Rocha. I'm not either very knowledgeable about scientific advice in Ireland. However, in my preparation for this presentation, I found some very interesting documents on this regard that I share with you. So I'll turn now to the discussion paper. The antecedents of such discussion paper were a decision taken by Joint Research Center and the Portugal's Research Board to hold a workshop on science and technology in Portugal. And they invited me to write a discussion paper to be, so to say, the launching pad for this workshop. I benefited from earlier work and similar discussion papers written on Denmark and Greece, but I think that we added some interesting insights that correspond to innovations to some extent. The main research question for our work was the following: is there a science for policy ecosystem in Portugal? The reply is a plain no. As I will show later, there is not a science for policy ecosystem in Portugal. We also were aimed at mapping the interrelationships between demand and supply of scientific advice in Portugal. The method we followed was a mixed methods approach, including desk research, a survey to the demand and supply bodies on 5 domains: defense, economy, employment, environment, and health, and also a survey and later in-depth interviews with experts in these fields. I must tell you that the response rate was low. We launched the survey in a very short time, and therefore the analysis should be made with caution. But the key findings that I will report later in my presentation are not at stake. Our frame, I would say theoretical frame to address this issue was that we live in a world characterized by volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. In short, a VUCA world. In fact, volatility has to do with the nature and dynamics of change, including the underlying forces and catalysts. To some extent, we live in a, following sociologist Zygmunt Bauman, we live in a liquid society where relationships are more and more unstable, and even political positions of people also change. So a liquid world. Uncertainty is related to the incapacity to predict the future, of course. And more specifically, it corresponds to a situation characterized by a lack of knowledge, not as to cause and effect, but rather pertaining to whether a certain event is significant enough to constitute a meaningful cause. This is also related to the argument by Daniel Kahneman and colleagues that human beings are unreliable decision makers. So, again, a cautionary note. Third, complexity. Complexity, according to the SAPER report of 2019, refers to difficulty of identifying and quantifying causal links between a multitude of interdependent variables and the conditions of time dependencies and feedback loops. The Spanish philosopher Daniel Innerarity, I beg your pardon, talked about an epistemology of complexity. And in fact, it provides very interesting insights on the way how to address complexity in policy making. Finally, ambiguity has to do with situations in which relevant information is available, but the overall meaning is still unknown. And this is a very important issue for science communication and for the relationship between scientists and policymakers, because messages are sometimes ambiguous. So, on the basis of this, we see that there are increasing challenges faced by policy making. But paradoxically, there is an increasing need for scientific advice. In a world, in a VUCA world, where, as both Loras and Philip a while ago talked about populism, polarization, post-truth, anti-intellectualism, and anti-science, so the more scientific advice and good scientific advice is needed. In my view, Science for policy, however, is not a duet. It is rather a tripod. Science, policy making, and society, because the process has to involve stakeholders and different stakeholders under different conditions. However, the interaction between science and policy making is not easy. In fact, they correspond to two different epistemological communities with different values, different perspectives, different languages, different perceptions of time. And it's not easy to put these people from these two communities together, to work together. But really, that is needed. A last point that I would like to underline is that there is not a one best way with regard to the science for policy governance approach. There are different approaches worldwide, and approaches need to be tailored to specific conditions of a country. They need to take into account its culture, history, and the overall political system. So I'll turn now to the main findings of our discussion paper about Portugal, or our case study, as you have mentioned. The first finding is that there is not a single science for policy ecosystem in Portugal, full stop. If you look at this image, where you have demand in red, supply in green, and those bodies which have simultaneously demand and supply activities in olive red, you'll see that the linkages between these dots, these points, are very coarse. The system is not dense. What we have are small, we might say clusters, small groups of relationships focused on a specific issue, but we don't have a consistent policy ecosystem in Portugal because there is a lack of coordination and there is a lack of transparency and very few relationships outside the specific focus of policy. Second finding is that in spite of that, in Portugal, there are in place a diverse set of organizational mechanisms for scientific advice. In this table, I identified the main research organizations, public laboratories, permanent or ad hoc advisory committees, scientific and consultative councils, expert panels and task groups, policy observatories that have increased a lot in recent years, individual advisors contracted on the basis of personal trust, be it professional or political trust, and finally, consultancy firms, in many cases multinational firms that in reality do not provide exactly scientific advice, but they provide policy advice instead. And in many cases, their advice is very much influenced by solutions devised for other countries, and in some cases, these are not tailored towards specific conditions of the country in question. Third main finding is that there is an uneven assessment of scientific advice, objectives, and quality. This is very clear in this radar image. You have again in red demand, in green supply, and in olive red individual experts. If you look at the images for demand and supply bodies, they are almost overlapped. The responses are very, very similar. But there is a marked contrast with regard to individual experts. The main differences concern the fact that individual experts do not consider scientific advice as a generator of knowledge against the position of demand and supply bodies, and they also argue that there is not continuity in scientific advice. Maybe the main conclusion from this image is that scientific advice has two main roles: synthesizing knowledge and the brokerage of knowledge, which reminds me the argument by Roger Pilk Jr. That what scientific advisors might intend to be are honest brokers of policy alternatives. So I will turn to the last four findings. The fourth finding is that policy-making bodies in Portugal do not seem to be fully aware of the importance of science for policy. International instances, namely the European Community, have an increasing influence on demand for scientific advice. Statute of University Career in Portugal strongly discourages the practice of scientific advice because it put the emphasis on publishing. The logic is publish or perish, and this not channels the best researchers for scientific advice. Finally, there is an insufficient formalization, coordination, and transparency of scientific advice procedures. There is a lack of transparency in different dimensions, going from the selection of the advice, who provides the advice, to the diffusion of the results of such advice that in many cases is not undertaken. So I will turn now to the main challenges that we have identified for science for policy in Portugal in our research. First challenge is to promote policymakers' recognition of scientific advice advantages. Second is the need to improve the dialogue between science and policymaking. What has been said in the first session does apply to Portugal as well. Third, moving from personal trust based on individual attachments, individual trust, to institutional trust. Fostering academic engagement in policy making. Of course, that entails a change in the university career law. Fifth, increasing transparency at all levels. Transparency is essential in these processes. And finally, ensuring formalization and coordination of science for policy activities throughout the government and throughout the different areas of policy. There are, however, in my view, opportunities. These opportunities have to do, first of all, with a widespread recognition of the importance of science by Portuguese public opinion. And such recognition has been enhanced due to the pandemic. Unlike other countries, I'm thinking about Italy and the Italian elections, for instance. In Portugal, this reaction against science, the anti-science or anti-intellectualism approach is not common. Second, there are bridge makers. There are people, we are like Ireland. Ireland is even smaller than us, but we are a small country where there are several people that might act as bridgers because they have played roles in the academia and in the policy side as well, and then they might provide such a dialogue. Fourth, the Recovery and Resilience Plan may provide an opportunity to rejuvenate and improve public administration skills. And this is badly needed in Portugal. We need more knowledge in public administration. We need more young people there. And finally, the recognition of the need for improved governance. Although so far, and almost 9 months have elapsed since the workshop, almost nothing has been done so far. Finally, this is my last slide. There is a need for further research and action. Further research, of course, because this is a novel issue that usually is not researched and deserves more research efforts and further action. In further action, I would underline the benchmarking of approaches in Europe and elsewhere. That is something that has been tackled earlier this morning, and the development of an action plan on science for policy in Portugal, involving multiple stakeholders, and it might start in the same way as somehow it started in Ireland with a public consultation on that regard. I thank you very much for your attention, and of course, in the questions time, I'll be pleased to try to respond your questions. Thank you very, very much.
Many thanks there to Professor Samoa for giving us a really interesting insight into science for policy in Portugal. And I think if I was to take away a few things from that talk, you know, there isn't one best way. It was interesting to see that there's a diverse set of organizational mechanisms in place in Portugal, which we were brought through there, that there are challenges both for policymakers and for the research ecosystem, but perhaps there's a moment of opportunity post-COVID, and, you know, the final comments there in relation to bridge makers and the need for improved governance. So thank you again, Professor Simoes, and we'll come back to you later, and hopefully we will have some questions for you at that stage. So now we've had a variety of perspectives this morning at EU level and at national level, and then we've had a case study there from Portugal, which I think was really interesting. So I'm delighted now to introduce to you Trudy Duffy, who is a principal officer in the Evidence for Policy Unit in the Department of Further and Higher Education, Research, Innovation and Science. She's been appointed in that role since January of this year, and it's focused on the establishment of a centralised research and evaluation unit for the department, and in supporting increased engagement between the higher education research sector and policymakers across the civil service, as set out in the government's strategy, Impact 2030. That's the National Research and Innovation Strategy. So Trudy has over 15 years' experience in policy development across the education and training sector, and she was a member of the governing board at the European Training Foundation from 1919 to 21. So Trudy is going to talk to us this morning on evidence to policy ambitions in the new National Research Strategy and in the new Departmental Evidence to Policy Unit. Trudy.
And I'm just going to say now, if there's banging, I'm out the door. Thanks very much, Jerry. And look, something that's come across this morning already is the importance of kind of timely evidence and timely advice. And I think in terms of our work in the Department for Further and Higher Education, and I'm going to call it FERRIS as well. So our work in FERRIS, we're trying to address some of the issues that are being discussed today. So this conference in itself is incredibly valuable to our work as well as to your work. So thanks very much to Laura, Emer and Jerry for inviting us along today. And in addition to the concept of timely knowledge, I just made some notes about what people were talking about kind of up to now. So incentivization of research and training activity in relevant areas, talking about ecosystems, competence building across policymakers and researchers, talking about that university researcher career and how does policymaking kind of fit into that space as well when the focus is on publication or publish or perish. You know, very taken by the list of challenges that we saw as well for policymakers and for researchers in engagement, and the need for kind of transparency and that ongoing kind of connectivity between the research sector and the higher education, and the policy-making sector. So what are we going to do about it? And what's the government going to do about it? So what we have, and I'm going to just add in a disclaimer at the beginning, I'm going to start very general on this, so hang in there with me, and then I'll get to the relevant bits kind of afterwards. And if somebody sees me in danger of going on for about an hour on this, please do wave at me and tell me to stop. So Impact 2030 is the government's research and innovation plan, and as it says on the tin, it's going out to 2030. So it was launched in May of this year. And my other new word for the day is VUCA. I have never heard of that before, but I've heard it twice this morning. And maybe it's something that's active in the environmental space, but this is my new word for the day. So we seek to deliver a research system in that VUCA context. So things are changing. Things change rapidly. Climate change, transition to a climate neutral society, absolutely critical importance. But we're also looking at technological change. We're talking about digital transformation. We're talking about managing all that in the context of international mobility and a society which is more mobile than ever, and talent which is more mobile than ever. And we need to bring people with us on that. We need to enable society to prepare for, to preempt, and to cope with the change that's coming down the line, whether they like it or not. So no matter what the guys on Facebook are saying about it's all, you know, it's all like a made-up concept to make us sign up to government ID or whatever kind of, you know, message is out there, whether they like it or not, we actually have to be real, and we need to move, and we need to adjust. And our job in the department, and with the job of evidence-informed and evidence-based policy making, is to make sure that we prepare people and bring them with us. And the job of the research system is to make sure that the information is there to allow us to do that. So that's where we're coming from. So the objectives of the strategy itself are to maximize impact. So to talk about that targeting of activity and targeting of research activity into areas where we can build that engagement with policy making and make sure that the right information gets to the right people in the right way at the right time. We want to deliver wider tangible societal value to solve the biggest challenges. So let's focus research in areas that we need to focus on, such as climate. And we look to deliver the best possible experience for researchers. We need to keep people in that internationally mobile society where researchers can go to places that they have an interest in. Country now doesn't matter. You know, with the advent of kind of remote working, does it matter whether you're in Ireland working on something that's relevant to a different country's policy priorities? So we need to attract and retain the best talent. And it's almost, you know, a skills approach that we need to use to that. To make sure that in that internationally competitive marketplace, we can keep people interested in what we want and keep them in the system. And to do that, there's a minor little codicil there where Ireland's performance must be nothing less than excellent. And that's a significant ask and a significant target for us to be aiming for as a country. If it works, and when it works, if we're looking at the Ireland of 2030, we want research and innovation to make a real and positive impact across society, the economy, and the environment, domestically and internationally. So that's creating the linkages between research and policy engagement. We need our research to be world class. We need it to be fully robust, fully evaluated, and we need the trust in the research that people are producing to come through, and again, in policy making. On the other side, we also need research. We can't take it all for the areas that we're interested in. We need research and I've forgotten my word for enterprise, innovation, so we need enterprise and research to connect as well, because there needs to be a focus not only on commercialization of research activity and bringing, you know, whatever sector you're in forward to meet those changing needs, wants and demands as we move into this really mobile, really kind of really changeable kind of world, my VUCA world again. So we need the research to be embedded across society, and I'm jumping around this slide a bit. So we want increased investment in research as well, to 2.5% of the domestic economy by 2030. And we want to leverage that as well to make sure that Ireland can perform and that the research system can perform on a national and an international level. So again, we're looking at that mobility of the workforce, excellence in what Ireland can produce in the context of a global economy. This is a slide that I blatantly stole off the strategy itself. And just looking at the top, I did try and kind of think of ways of, can I make 2 or 3 of these boxes kind of deep blue so we see the context? So my department's up the top, and the EPA is down that side. So the sense of the slide is, Ferris is here, I'm here talking about a strategy. It's not our strategy, it's a whole of island approach. There are key, in terms of government departments, there's 5 key government departments that provide funding and that have really good and really well advanced kind of research-based activity going on. I've included FARS there, and because I've stolen it from the Impact 2030 actual report itself, but because we deliver the structures and the infrastructure for a lot of the other research activity. The 5 big funders are there, but you'll see down the bottom there, there's all other government departments and agencies that are actively engaged in research. And we have to remember that there's 18 government departments. So we have 5 big ones, and we have 13 there that are in the all other activity areas. So some of what we're trying to do in my unit in particular is look to see what's happening in those other departments and what kind of systemic approaches towards that engaged research piece and towards supporting those departments that are not as active and not as supported in terms of that research kind of engagement piece. What can we do to help those departments? And to do that, we'd really like the top 5 departments, or the 4 that aren't us, to help us in that journey, and we'll be coming after you in the near future. So how are we actually going to deliver kind of Impact 2030? There's 3 3-year work programs, and that's really confusing when we've got 8 years to go to 2030. But the first work program is 2022 to 2024, okay? So within that work program, there's 5 main areas of activity. And again, I'm going to jump around a bit. The first one is probably the one that we're interested in, but I'm going to talk to you about the other ones first, okay? So Pillar 2 is about delivering structures to enable an effective research ecosystem into the future. So first of all, do we have governance structures to deliver the strategy itself? I think, you know, all the departments that I referred to in the last slide all had input into the strategy, and they're also included in the steering group for the strategy. So there is engagement all the way through the delivery of what we're doing. There is an advisory group, which is at ministerial level, and we'll have kind of international kind of participation on that. And there's an implementation group, which consists of probably a lot of the people in this room in some way, shape, or form. So it's a wider group of people from across the sector. So we're talking about governance of the strategy itself. We then need to look at our higher end, because this is my area of interest because of the department we're in. We're looking at the capacity across, particularly the higher education sector, to meet and respond to and preempt some of the kind of demand side kind of research. So we have really good, really strong traditional universities. We also have the technological university sector coming online, and we want to empower those technological universities to support and grow their research capacity as well. And we've spoken a bit earlier about that big jigsaw of evidence and what evidence is, and the ex ante and ex post evaluation. So to monitor the success of anything, and for us to be able to evaluate kind of whether this strategy is successful or not, we need a baseline review of where we are at the moment. What is research, development, and innovation impact? How do we measure it? What's important? So how do we set ourselves a baseline so that we can compare success, or we can assess success towards the middle or the end of the strategy? So that's Pillar 2, is about creating that framework. Pillar 3 is the word that I couldn't remember, enterprise, earlier. So how do we engage with enterprise? And how do we make sure that research, development, and innovation is an inherent part of society in general, and of enterprise kind of within that society? So again, we want to target growth to 15 researchers per 1,000 employees in the labour force kind of by the end of the strategy. Pillar 4 talks about talent. And this will very much kind of link into what we're talking about later, and it links into some of the challenges that were raised earlier in this session. How do we make the research community, how do we support it to be inclusive? How do we make it reflective, more reflective of society in general? How do we support career pathways kind of across the research side. Like one of the challenges that Professor Smoas kind of mentioned was it's that publish or perish. How do we support a wider assessment of what success looks like within the research sector? And can we support people through career pathways? Can we, and in that context of the global economy, can we let people see what their future is, what the different pathways that you take when you do engage in research? You know, that a pathway into academia is one side. Can we support people for a pathway into policy development, into any of your own organizations? So how do we grow that skills cohort or that research workforce into the future? And also building on that is nurturing talent at all stages of a research career. It's like when we're talking about, and again, just harking back to my background in Department of Education and Skills, when we're talking about career guidance, are people aware that there are lots of options and each of them are equally valid? So people may go into academia, people may go into research in commercial organizations, they may go into research in industry as well. So how do we build on and nurture that talent kind of across a research career? And then pillar 5 is about how do we do all that in that international context? How do we leverage the skills, experience, and expertise that we have to build not only on an Ireland basis, but on an all-Ireland basis and in that international context? And we're also going after lots of money from Horizon Europe, so I'm just mentioning that to our Commission colleagues. So back to pillar 1, which I suppose is the meat of what we're talking about today. How do we maximise the impact of research and innovation on the economy, society, and the environment? And there's lots of subsections in each of this. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the best of the system that exists at the moment in terms of promoting and funding kind of research activity. So that's the Science Foundation Ireland and the Irish Research Council. So we're looking at a single agency supported by legislation. We spoke a bit earlier about how to engage the wider society and the wider community in research, and how do we kind of tentatively assess what reactions might be or what things people are interested in. And Science Foundation Ireland ran a programme in collaboration with ourselves, which is Creating Our Future. So there's a really good evidence base there. So they went out and had this massive consultation programme kind of with the general public. So it was literally road shows around the country, going out, talking to people, seeing what they're interested in. So there's a massive kind of evidence base there at the moment for us to see what people are engaged about. And then the next 4 bits are the bits that I'm going to go into in a bit more detail. We have a National Grand Challenges programme, again run through Science Foundation Ireland, which is looking at mission-orientated research and supporting research in areas that we have particular interested in. We're looking at strengthening the impact of the public research system on policy making, and that's where my unit comes in. We're looking at the science advisory structures, which again, Professor Smoas mentioned. And we're looking at that in the context of the overall evidence base. So this massive jigsaw of information, evaluation, research in higher education institutions, research kind of with research organizations, you know, commissioned research, you know, all these jigsaw puzzles. So what does all of that look like, and how do the individual components of that fit together? And then all of that is targeted to make sure that we maximise the impact of the research and innovation system on the agendas of government departments, agencies and stakeholders. So quickly running through the Grand Challenges programme, and literally it's one short slide on each of these, so I'm probably running over time already. I'm not sure, and this is my disclaimer, whether it's 64 million or 70 million. This is the slide that somebody on the research gave me, so I'm assuming it's 70 million, but I think on the Grand Challenges it might be 64, so there's lots of money going in to supporting targeted research in areas of interest. And if anybody hasn't heard of it or hasn't seen it, I think there's an information session, I want to say the 13th, it's either the 12th or the 13th of October. So I'd encourage you to go onto the SFI website and register for that. And the 2050 challenge referred to here is the environment one. What do we want Ireland of 2050 to look like? And what kind of research programs do we need to advise on that. And then digital transformation, of course, is the other major challenge at the moment. So that 2050 challenge is live at the moment. There are information sessions at the moment. If you haven't engaged in it, I strongly encourage you to drop onto the SFI website. The sourcing of science advice, so this is the consultation paper that was referred to earlier as well. So what we've done, because lots of us in the unit have a background in science and we're very ABC, let's break it down, you know, as well as that kind of policy kind of flow, which is a lot less kind of accurate than ABC, let's work our pathways through. Science advice, again, is one part of the jigsaw puzzle. So what we've done is we've gone out and we've asked people for their experience with science advice in Ireland over the last while. That consultation has literally closed last Friday. I know that there were a couple of submissions going in as of Monday/Tuesday this week. I can't talk about it because I don't know what's in yet. I haven't seen it. So it's starting to move into what are people's experience. You know, it's back to we can't just take an advisory structure from another country and drop it into Ireland because we have our own specific community, our own sectoral stakeholders, you know, and our own structures to work with. In alongside the science advice, and because we're being really pedantic, we've called this another work stream. So the work that we're looking at on the Evidence for Policy unit in Ferris is very much about building kind of ongoing capacity in the system. And because it's the only area that we can directly influence, we're talking about the publicly funded higher education institutions. And we're not excluding anybody else from engaging in that process and from engaging in the work that we're doing. But again, we're talking, it's early days. So what we want to do is we want to see, can we embed engagement? And I suppose I should say not see can we, it's like how might we deliver it rather than can we do it, because we know we can. It's just finding the right way to do it. And there's lots of good work underway in this area already. So some of what we're doing is bringing together the good work that's there already. There's really engaged, really enthusiastic people in this area. And what we're trying to do is provide a framework within which we can kind of grow the good or the lessons learned and really kind of embed them kind of across the system. Where there hasn't been a huge amount of engagement is on the policy side, because all those 18 departments, some of them, as I said earlier, are really, really well kind of resourced in terms of access to information and access to specific research, and others, like my department, aren't. So in terms of our internal and sectoral kind of research, Ferris, we don't have an internal research budget, but what we do have is a number of, a good few agencies, and I think, Leonora, it's over 80 publications, I think, this year, for a department that nominally doesn't have a big research program. You know, so part of what we're doing is bringing all that together, seeing where all those other 13 departments in our wheel kind of sit, and what lessons can we learn? What can we learn from the departments who are actively involved, who are well-resourced, who have structures in place, and how can we support all that activity on a civil service-wide basis? So that breaks down to identifying good practice, creating capacity and encouraging capacity and competence building on the higher ed side, and the same, identifying good practice and encouraging competency building on the policy making side. And can we bring those two together and really create those networks of engagement that kind of live, and that we embed that into the policy development process? So that's where my side is coming from. But as I said, it's early days yet, so stay tuned for further details. And this is bringing together, I suppose, a Ferris view of the Irish research and innovation system and how we impact with sectoral agendas. And it's very much a Ferris view. And it's in no way undermining or under-recognising the work that goes on across the system. So what we have on our side is Impact 2030. So we've taken the Programme for Government Commitment to evidence base, to increasing the evidence base. We've taken the Civil Service Renewal Commitment to increasing the evidence base. and we're looking to see how can we deliver that across the board. The public policy HE research engagement bit is we're calling it Research for Policy, just as working title at the moment. So how do we take all that level of engagement, level of targeted engagement from Impact 2030, and how do we feed it into public policy development? And Jerry's going to cut me off. Science advisory structures are also ongoing, so let's see where we can support direct engagement and direct engagement with that science advice to the policy making structures. And then the bottom right side, as you're looking at as well, not underselling all the really good work that's going on. We have government evaluation services who are growing capacity in evaluation, the statistical service who are making sure that we have the data to underpin and pushing the concept of open data so that we can actually deliver research and deliver targeted evaluation. And then of course we have strategic foresight planning work and policy development framework work going on in Taoiseach's and Department of Public Expenditure and Reform. And he's going to push me off the stage now. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'll take questions again as we move into the discussion.
And thanks very much, Trudy. I'm only just trying to keep things flowing, but thanks very much for a really interesting presentation. You know, and I think the important work that your department is doing in this area, you know, it's really good to see you having a look across the entire government system. I think all of the things you mentioned, you know, supporting a kind of a general approach across government in relation to science and evidence for policy, I think is very, very positive. That those structures that the consultation has just been addressing, very, very important. And lastly, we heard about the work of your unit, which again I think is really important and an important signal from Impact 2030 that this is a very important area which the government wishes to address. So thanks very much for that presentation. And again, we'll take some questions on that after our final speaker, who is David Murphy. David is the CEO of Éireann Innovation, a company that specializes in effective knowledge management and transfer activities within EU projects and via contracts with funding bodies. In projects, Éireann partners with consortia over the full funding life cycle, supporting consortia to design strong applications and then implementing projects with a focus on ensuring effective knowledge transfer which achieve measurable impacts. Éireann is currently working with the EPA on a science to policy knowledge transfer initiative and working to ensure that the policy impacts from EPA funded research are there, and doing that by applying Éireann's systematic knowledge transfer methodology. So David is going to talk to us this afternoon about knowledge to policy insights from national applied research and from professional practice. Thanks, David.
Thanks, Jerry, and thanks for that detailed introduction. You've saved me a few minutes in my presentation anyway. So I suppose my perspective is to talk to you from more of a practitioner point of view. I think we've heard a lot about the policy of science to policy. I suppose I want to share some of our experiences on the ground actually doing or trying to successfully do science policy and measure impacts. So as Jerry said, I mean, we're kind of a value-driven organization. We've spun out of Aqua TT, where I worked for 20 years as a non-profit, doing this kind of work, and we've moved into a commercial structure to be more stable, I would say, as we try and grow this organization, do this kind of work. And our mandate is about trying to help knowledge impact society, and in particular research knowledge. So we've grown quite quickly. We were established in 2017, and like I said, it came out of Aqua TT. With COVID, we've kind of spread out a bit, so our team is kind of distributed across Europe now and Ireland. We're very much an employee-owned, multidisciplinary team, and I think it does take multidisciplinary teams to try and deal with these challenges. And I suppose we have two main strands to our business, as Jerry said, working in projects, but also servicing others who are working on projects or trying to win funding. And I think that's one of our strengths. We work across the full research life cycle. So at the pre-project, we're very active in both helping people write proposals or reviewing applications. And I suppose in particular, if you look at Horizon Europe, this new concept of missions and targets, the idea of impact pathways, we're really seeing that these projects are larger, they're more interdisciplinary, they're more challenging. And the PIs who used to write these applications are struggling. They don't have the networks, and they're struggling with the concepts as to how you design projects for impact from the outset. So, like I said, we're doing a lot of activity in that space, and it's really interesting how these consortium are forming up, not just for research, but actually a mobilization to solve a problem. Inside the projects, obviously, we live this knowledge management, exploitation, knowledge transfer space, and we're very active in particular in European projects, large-scale projects. And then obviously post-project is what I'm talking to you today about. So it's the idea of how do you post-project look at other people's results and knowledge, and how do you manage it effectively to have an impact. And I suppose, I'd already say a recommendation is there is a funding gap post-project. You can't expect that all research is available inside the duration of a project, and whose job is it to manage knowledge post-project. So I suppose this is quite apt. Listen to a few of the other presentations. We're a bridge builder, I suppose, and the idea is that our methodology that I'm talking to you today about is a systematic process. It's relevant for policy, but it's also relevant for industry and society. It's a very, we've done work with EPA, but we've also done work, for example, with BIM on knowledge transfer specifically for the aquaculture industry. So we can apply the methodology in different ways. Also listening to other speakers today, we have a terminology problem in this area. Is it knowledge transfer? Is it knowledge brokerage? Is it knowledge exchange? Is it tech transfer, dissemination, communication? We have a definition of knowledge transfer, which is basically, it's more of a process. So it's all the things you need to do, whether it's an analysis or a convener or a translator or a networker. It's the activities you need to do that turns from data into information, information into dissemination, where you're packaging it up. But for us, the success of knowledge transfer is that it's uptaken and you can measure an application. So you're essentially eating the cake. And I can't even read my own slide here. So anyway, like I said, we take an approach that's all about impact. Oh my God. Sorry, that came out really small. And essentially, like I said, for us, anyway, success is that the knowledge has been applied, that there's an impact from it. I'll just click through this, and I'll rework that slide next time. Okay, so essentially, like I've been asked to talk about the specific EPA contract that we have. So essentially, this was a contract that we responded to last year to try and ensure that the outputs from EPA-funded research, so the cohort is the EPA-funded research projects, are effectively and efficiently transferred to policymakers to assist them in timely, I think timely is a key word, evidence-based decisions. So it's a 2-year contract with the potential for another 2 years, and it's basically us carrying out the knowledge transfer process, working with the EPA, but also there's a capacity building element where we're training the EPA as well as researchers, and I think there's a discussion on potentially training policy actors as well on the process as to how we optimize the ecosystem, you could say. And in its most simplest sense, there's 3 steps. There's a collection step where you're actually collecting the knowledge out of the research projects. And the key outcome of that is the identification of the knowledge inside those projects. So it's not about looking at deliverables or big final reports. It's about extracting the knowledge outputs or units of knowledge or clusters of knowledge inside those projects and thinking about the specific applications for different users. Then it moves into the analysis phase, where it's about understanding the potential applications. What science was originally funded for might not be the application in the end. So truly understanding the one or multiple applications of that knowledge. And then finally, it's that translation piece, the packaging up of the knowledge, the format, the channel, the medium, so that when you transfer knowledge, there's an uptake and you can measure there's an impact. So the first thing we did when we started the project was we recognized that you can never do everything. No one ever gives us enough resources to do everything. So what we tried to do is first prioritize on a policy level. So what we did is, as a lot of people have said already, science to policy is about timing. So what we did is we prioritized when there's opportunities for an intervention into policy where you can bring science into a policy process. So we mapped over 50 Irish policies, and within them, specific targets or specific activities inside, and try to identify when is there an opportunity to bring science into it. Is there a review, a new version? When is an opportunity that science can influence policy? And we prioritized just using a basic traffic light system. And then we did the same thing on the EPA projects, but more based on when the projects are finishing, and therefore they're likely to have usable results. So the whole idea was a prioritization to try and target which projects we wanted to talk to first based on the opportunity to bring knowledge into policy. I mean, there's a very big annex to one of our reports that I'm sure is available where we identified, like I said, some of the policies, but also we identified all the EPA projects relevant to those policies. And that started our collection process. So what is the collection process? It's quite resource heavy. What we do is we identify the PI and we go and invite them for an interview. And we carry out about an hour interview. We do desktop research to inform that discussion. And it's really important to say it's not an evaluation of their research. It's an assessment of their high potential knowledge inside their project and the relevance to policy. So we carry out the collection process and we develop quite a detailed description. We call it a knowledge output template with a lot of fields. And the idea is that you have enough information in a knowledge output template that an expert at the analysis phase has enough information to judge whether this has high potential or not for policy. So it really goes into some general identifier fields, but then it goes into exactly what knowledge has been generated, but also the contextual information around that knowledge, what's happened already in the conversations with policy or influencing policy. And these are quite detailed, comprehensive things, and they're validated with the scientists. We then move into the analysis phase, and I always say the analysis phase is the most interesting phase, and it's where you identify the value. So in the analysis phase, working with a very good steering committee and also with the EPA, we identified experts who we think could also potentially be end users of the knowledge, but could help us identify the potential of the knowledge for any given policy. And usually, sometimes there was 1 or 2 experts, sometimes there was 4 or 5, sometimes experts came from just one department, sometimes, obviously, with knowledge nowadays, it's cross-cutting, so they came from several departments. And it was really interesting exercises, and I think the people participated. We had 37 policy actors participating and found it really interesting. And like I said, the key focus of the analysis is one is the assessment of the potential of that knowledge for a given policy, but also getting advice on the pathway to impact. So everyone said already it's not linear. It's usually a navigation through policy actors and steps to get to a policy impact. And what we're trying to do is map what the potential pathways are. So just some insights on that analysis process. We found that there was a really strong willingness to participate, which was great from the policy actor side. They were very appreciative of the format, the fact that they didn't have to go and read the full reports or deliverables themselves. They had enough information in our output templates to be able to assess potential. It was really interesting that there were some policy experts who were totally unaware of either the research happening in the first place or the knowledge outputs coming from that research. So, for example, we had one one policy actor who said that in the 5 years she's been in that role, she had been approached by many researchers, but it was more to get inputs into their research. But no one had actually come to her with results from their research afterwards. So like I said, it's really interesting. Like I said, and obviously policy actors change a lot in government departments, so it's understanding, trying to find who is the right person with a mandate or a responsibility related to the knowledge. Like I said, the government departments are really interested, and there's a keen interest, I think, in this process. There was a recognition that there's more work to be done, both in capacity building, but also in how we bridge effectively this gap. And there was also, like I said, we're seeing now that the project design is crucial. So there's appreciation by the policy actors when they're consulted in the design of projects in the first place. The whole idea of maximizing the design of a project so that it's likely to have the impacts you desire. We finished the analysis process, and we're moving into the transfer phase. So we're designing our transfer plans for the high potential knowledge. But we were asked to develop KPIs as to how we measure our transfer activity. So it's not KPIs of the results or the science, but it's KPIs of our work and how we move knowledge along a pathway towards impact. So we adopted a methodology developed by an EU project called Dandelion. They came up with this idea of IRLs. So we have technical readiness levels for industry and technology. We have social readiness levels, but it was felt that they weren't quite suitable for science to policy. So we adopted this concept of IRLs. And the idea of IRLs is to do with how actionable the knowledge is and how you move it along a pathway towards impact. So like I said, we mapped it, and you can quite easily map it roughly against IRLs and SRLs and TRLs. But in principle, the key point here is that that what you're trying to do, sorry, I'll go back one slide. What you're trying to do is you're trying to move from the identification of the knowledge and the application of knowledge into carrying out transfer activities where there's an engagement or an implementation, so there's an action coming out of it, there's an activity that's happened, into an uptake of that knowledge. How can you measure the knowledge that's been taken up inside a policy or a policy process? And finally, and it could be way down the line, how can you measure a change? What has been the change? Is there less pollution? Is there less whatever? How do you actually later on down the line measure there's been a change? So as an example, this is an output for digestate end of waste standards. So the actions or the suggested actions, this hasn't been done yet, but the suggested actions, for example, is an interaction and buy-in with farm advisors. Another outcome could be that you might trial this idea with the farmers. The impact or the uptake is that the standards are actually built into policy. And maybe the end result or ultimate impact is that it's helped Ireland meet a certain standard or something like that. So that's the kind of logic we're kind of dealing with here. And what we try and apply to every high potential project or knowledge that we have. And as we go through the process, we try and measure how we're moving it down a pathway. So some examples, just to give you a taste of what it looks like. So this is one knowledge output to do with governance, water governance, that came out of a project. And it was felt that the knowledge is really interesting in terms of how governance works and how it was structured because it was deemed quite successful. So in the analysis stage, there was some ideas that, that this could be used potentially for other things. For example, it's already been used for the River Basin Management Plan, but potentially it could be used for vulnerable or for flooding or agriculture biodiversity. So the idea was that, that perhaps other departments could learn from best practice in water governance for other areas. And like again, you see the potential next steps. Another example was the high-resolution regional climate and ocean projections for Ireland. So the key learning here, or the nice piece on this one, was the fact that the policy actors were involved in the design of the project in the first place, so therefore there was an uptake as it was happening. But there was also some other ideas as to how that could also feed into other policy processes, into other departments. Another example is this one was more a commercial activity, a commercial project, so it's to do with waste valorization. And obviously it's relevant to bioeconomy, circular economy. And this project was more aimed at industry, but obviously if that technology is validated and has potential to be applied in the marketplace, it will help achieve an Irish target policy or target within a policy. And I think I've got one more example. This was an interesting one as well. So this was some work on common agricultural policy subsidy modeling. So in this one, it was deemed low at the analysis level. Why? Because the CAP budget had just gone to the EC back in August, and there was no opportunity to feed into the current iteration of that. And the next round won't be until 2028. There was also a concern as to the metrics, I think, in terms of what they were measuring. So that was an example where we missed the timeline for policy intervention, and therefore it wasn't taken up. So just to conclude a few of our learnings from the whole experience, we get a lot of cooperation from the scientists when we engage with them and we interview them. We've been doing it for a long time, so we use a certain approach, but the key point here is, well, we're not evaluating the success of the project. That's not our job, that's the funding agency's job. What we're assessing is the potential knowledge within that project that we can help transfer to policy. We work at a unit or a cluster of knowledge. We don't work at a whole project level because these projects are getting bigger and more complex, and there's multiple outputs from multiple users in any given project nowadays. So it's going down to the detail of the specific outputs for specific applications. We do the heavy lifting on describing knowledge outputs. We extract or translate out of whatever final report or scientific publications into, like I said, a suitable format that is able to be analyzed by policy actors. We also use those policy actors to help us during the analysis phase to identify the pathway. And like I said, it's not linear. Science to policy based on assessment or evidence could take a long time. So it's all about understanding the policy process and the actors along those steps to get to an ultimate impact. We develop customized plans. Like I said, we're about to do that. And yes, of course, channel, medium, language, technical level, these are all important things. And we'll be doing that over the next year. And lastly, like I said, we take a very systematic approach to it. So we're quite systematic, and I think it's quite replicable what we're doing, and it can be applied by others, both for policy but also for industry. And if I was to reflect, and I must get bigger fonts, there's still a gap, and it's clear, and I think it's been identified by almost every speaker today. What isn't clear is the roles in whose job is it to carry out science to policy? Is it the researcher? Is it the funder? Is it a broker like us? Is it the end user? The push and pull idea. But like I said, if someone gives us a project to do it, we just get on with it, and we actually help try and connect the dots. We are a convener, I suppose. We're not a technical expert on any given output, but what we try and do is connect the dots and move things down a pathway to impact. Sometimes it is very difficult to identify the right policy actor. I'm not sure you could build an ecosystem in Ireland, because by the time you've got a list, it will change straight away. I think it's more about understanding how you navigate the community and get the right knowledge to the right people who have a mandate to use that knowledge. Policy timelines and research timelines and incentives, et cetera, yeah, it's a common theme that we've seen across all our work. But like I said, what we do is we try and prioritize based on the opportunity for an intervention in a policy process. And therefore, we have a high chance of an impact. And there is a question as to, we're pumping a lot of money into research, 80 billion in Horizon Europe, a lot of money nationally. I think 80 billion is only about 10% of all research investments in Europe. So there's a lot of money going into research, but I'm not sure if there's a right proportion going into the post-project transfer of knowledge. And without those brokers doing that work, or clarity on whose role it is to do that work, you're not going to get as much impact from that investment.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ruth Freeman. I'm the Director of Science for Society at Science Foundation Ireland. I'm delighted to be here chairing this afternoon's session. Thank you to Emer and Laura and everyone at the EPA for asking me to be here. I thought the morning was really, really interesting and exciting, and it's a really important conversation that's going on here today, and it's one that's close to my heart. I mean, my team at SFI runs the National Challenge Fund. We also broadly ran the Creating Our Future conversation with the public about research that Trudy referred to earlier. And a large part of my role is being out talking to people about research, about science, and how they feel about it. So really, really enjoying the conversation so far. This afternoon, we're going to hear 4 case studies from researchers that are funded by the EPA, and we're going to look at 4 different areas: air quality, water, climate, and radiation. And we have a really great lineup of speakers who are going to tell you about their work, some in academic institutions, some based in the EPA. And we're going to start with a name that you may well have heard, talking about air quality, Professor John Wenger. And John is the Professor of Chemistry at UCC, and he's the founding director of the Centre for Research into Atmospheric Chemistry. He's over 25 years research experience in atmospheric chemistry and air pollution, producing over 100 publications in international journals. His research has focused on chemical and physical processes affecting atmospheric composition, air quality, and climate. He's been involved in a large number of national and European projects to investigate the chemical properties, sources, and impacts of fine particulate pollution, air quality, a really, really critical issue when it comes to health and when it comes to climate and when it comes to pollution. So I'm really delighted to hand over to John.
Thanks very much, Ruth, and I'm also delighted to be here. Thanks for the invitation, and I'm learning a lot, so I'm really pleased with the way the meeting's going so far. So I'm going to talk about a case study in air quality related to the Sapphire project, which was funded by the EPA and took place really about 5 or 6 years ago. But first I want to take you back to the 1980s, Dublin, the 1980s, which was making international news headlines for the wrong reasons, because there was persistent air pollution episodes every winter throughout the 1980s. The one in 1989 was particularly bad and called the New York Times to make a headline, "Fair is the city, but foul is air when smog creeps in." So this picture was commonplace during winter in Dublin. During the 1980s also, Ian Kelly and Luke Clancy noticed a link between mortality in hospitals in Dublin and also air pollution levels. And so in the winter smog of January 1982, there was a large air pollution episode, and following that, there was a large number of deaths. In fact, the number of deaths per day doubled during the smog event and remained high for days afterwards. So there's a very definite link between exposure to air pollution and mortality. Very high levels of black smoke. You can see that large spike in the black there were observed, and also sulfur dioxide. And typically, these conditions exist when there's cold weather. We have a temperature inversion, which is like a lid on the atmosphere, and low wind speeds, which reduce dispersion of any pollution. Eventually, in 1990, the ban on bituminous or smoky coal was brought in Dublin. And you can see the immediate impact of that. Looking at these plots on the left here for black smoke and sulfur dioxide, you see those peaks in air pollution through the 1980s. The dotted line is the introduction of the ban, and you see a massive reduction in both black smoke and sulfur dioxide levels going through the 1990s. And in fact, on average per year through the 1990s, there were 116 fewer respiratory deaths and 243 fewer cardiovascular deaths. So the ban on smoky coal in Dublin was seen and is now recognised as one really important air quality intervention that was introduced. Let's move forward now to the start of the Sapphire project around about 2014, 2015. What was the extent of the bituminous coal ban? Because it was successful in Dublin, it was expanded to the other large urban centres, Cork and Limerick and Galway and so on, and also to towns that were larger than 15,000 in population. So these little pockets in red and blue were areas where the sale and use of bituminous or smoky coal was actually banned. Obviously, there's still lots of green, so not many places, in fact, had the ban in place. So the burning question, as I put it, is what is the contribution of residential solid fuel burning to air pollution in towns where the ban on bituminous coal is not in place? There's a whole lot of green on that map where there is no ban in place. And more particularly, what is the contribution of each fuel type? We mentioned there's a ban on smoky coal, but it's not the only fuel that is used. Because of the ban on smoky coal, smokeless coal, as it's called, was also in circulation, and people, of course, were burning peat, briquettes, also sod peat or turf cut from the ground, and also, of course, wood. So in fact, there's a mixed fuel environment in Ireland, and that can make things a little bit complicated. And so these were the key questions for our project called Sapphire, which is the source apportionment of particulate matter in urban and rural residential areas of Ireland. The report was published a few years ago, and there's a link to that. If you put Sapphire EPA, you'll be able to find that for yourselves. So you notice that particulate matter was in the title there. So from 1990, where black smoke was the key metric or the key pollutant that we were looking at, basically sooty particles measured in a certain way, we moved on to a more precise definition of particulate pollution, and it's based upon size. And the reason why it's based upon size is because these particles have different impacts on the respiratory system. First of all, these particles are in fact tiny, so they're invisible to the human eye. If you look at the picture on the left, you can see the size of them compared to a grain of sand or a human hair. Okay, so they are much smaller than that. But they're still in the air. There's plenty in this room. There's thousands of particles per centimetre cube in this room that we're breathing in all the time. And of course, if you have to be outside, it's the same. Particles less than 10 microns, PM10, enter the upper respiratory system. Particles that are smaller, less than 2.5 microns, can actually penetrate deep into the lungs. And so these are the ones that have a greater health risk because they can go into the lungs, and even smaller particles called nanoparticles or ultrafine particles can enter the bloodstream and go to different parts of the body too. So there's a much greater health risk associated with exposure to smaller particles. And the short-term risk really is respiratory and cardiovascular morbidity, things like asthma, but the long-term risk is in fact death from cardiovascular and respiratory disease or lung cancer. And premature deaths, there's 1,300 premature deaths in Ireland every year due to exposure to particulate pollution, PM. So to investigate the particulate pollution in various towns across Ireland, we performed a series of field measurements. And so in our research centre, we have some equipment placed in a mobile van, a mobile air monitored laboratory. So you can see the picture here of that being located, I think that was in Enniscorthy. And you can see you have all the sampling inlets on top of a cabin, sucking in air, and the instruments inside are then analyzing the particles. We're looking at particle mass per concentration, particle number concentration, and also particle size and composition. That turns out to be critical. We're also measuring other gaseous pollutants as well. We monitored in 3 locations. The criteria for these monitoring locations was to go to a place that was outside of the smoky coal ban area, so a population less than 15,000 at the time. No natural gas supply. So this meant that there was a higher usage of solid fuels in the locality. And so we decided on Killarney, Enniscorthy, and Burr. And the measurement periods for a period of about 1 to 2 months in each of the locations, during winter months, obviously. Here is some data for the mass concentration in Enniscorthy. It's gone for a period of about 40 days. And what we see is that the mass concentration obviously fluctuates, but we get some very, very large levels of pollution, going up to about over 200 microgram per meter cubed. These are levels that would be typically detected in very polluted cities, like in India or in China and so on. On average, the concentration is 29 microgram per meter cubed. This is substantially higher than some of the recommended values. Most evenings, the concentration reached over 50 microgram per meter cubed. When we look at comparing the data with the WHO guidelines at the time, they were 25 microgram per meter cubed, 42% of the days that value was exceeded. Okay, so that gives an idea of how polluted that environment was at the time. And it allowed one UCC professor, it was not me, to label Enniscorthy as the New Delhi of Ireland. Okay, UCC professor says nationwide smoky coal ban must be implemented immediately. Okay, so this obviously made the headlines, and the media pick up on these things very quickly. Let's look back at the data though, because we want to make sure, look at the quality of the data. One of the things that we were doing at the time, which wasn't very common, was to measure the variation in particulate matter through the day. Quite often it was just one average value for the whole 24-hour period. But by looking at the time profile of the PM, as we call it, you can see that it's mainly present in the evening times and quite high concentrations. These are averaged over the whole monitoring period for Killarney, in Enniscorthy, and in Burr, peaking around about 8 o'clock, 7, 8 o'clock in most cases, which indicates that it's residential solid fuel burning. Now, we don't have forensic evidence for it just on that, and that is why we used our fancy, sophisticated aerosol mass spectrometer, because this device actually measures the chemical composition of single particles in real time. Air is sucked into the instrument, it's hit with a laser, you break the particles up, and you get a mass spectrum, which allows us to give us a chemical fingerprint of the particle. Different particles from different sources have a different fingerprint. And the idea is that we're monitoring continuously, and we can use this chemical fingerprint to identify different sources. And the way we got those fingerprints was to go to another place. We went to a farmhouse in Tipperary, and we sat there for a week, nice and warm, heating ourselves with wood, with peat, with coal, with smokeless coal, with wet wood, the whole lot, okay? And we were taking emissions from the chimney, as you can see on the left, with some sort of copper tubing going into the chimney stack, and we were taking all that, all the emissions, diluting them, and into the van, located just at the bottom right of the left-hand photo, you can see there's loads of instruments that are sampling the air, and we were getting the fingerprint of the different fuel types that way. Here's the fingerprints, okay? They're called mass spectra, and what we get is quite different profiles for peat, for wood, and for coal. Coal, for example, contains sulfate because there's a high sulfur content in the fuel. Wood contains potassium. It was recently living material, and that's why it has potassium in its signature. And peat has a combination of elemental and organic carbon peaks. And so we were able to sort out particles into these different types. And when we do that, we can break down that measured PM2.5 mass into the different sources. And what we see is that, in fact, peat is the dominant source. This is in Killarney. Peat, of all the particles that we measured, 31% were due to peat, 17% due to wood, 16% due to coal. Overall, 72% of the PM2.5 was due to residential solid fuel burning. During the pollution events themselves, it was pretty much 100%. So that's an average figure, 72. When we go to Enniscorthy, very similar pattern. Peat dominating, wood, coal, some slightly different fuel use. We couldn't quite distinguish some signatures. We weren't sure if they were peat or coal. And again, 82% of the PM2.5 is due to residential solid fuel burning. And finally, to Burr, 60% of the PM2.5 is due to residential solid fuel burning. Again, peat dominating, as you might expect for a town in the Midlands. So just a summary, what we saw was regular daily patterns of PM2.5 pollution with evening peaks up to 10 times higher than daytime levels. And we saw huge spikes in pollution when the wind speeds were low and also when it was cold. On average, 60 to 82% of the PM2.5 pollution was due to residential solid fuel burning. And that the burn of peat was the dominant source, followed by wood and then coal. So what does this mean? What are the potential implications for policy here? Well, I think, as many of you might have known, a nationwide ban on smoky coal has been proposed on many occasions. Looking back to the start of the Sapphire Project, 2013 era, it was proposed then by the current, the measure of the time, 2015, 2017, but a nationwide ban on smoky coal is probably not going to be enough, right? Because we know that peat actually is the dominant solid fuel type that contributes to pollution, and wood also contributes. So if people just switch from smoky coal to peat or wood, you're not necessarily going to get an improvement in air quality. And so measures to reduce emissions from all solid fuels will be more successful in improving air quality for urban centres, including small towns. And of course, this then led to the development of more specific policy in relation to all polluting solid fuels, and it was proposed in 2021, based on a public consultation, to ban the use of some peat products and also wet wood, as well as smoky coal. And this has obviously prompted quite a lot of heated public and political debate earlier this year. You may remember turf wars, I was hiding away, making sure that I was ignoring requests from RTE radio interviewers and so on, and newspaper columnists. I didn't want to get involved because it was quite a heated debate. But basically, this is obviously a big issue for Ireland to deal with, right, because of the history and tradition here. So it's obviously a very delicate area, but finally, I think now we're in a stage where the new regulations have been drafted and hopefully will go through soon. Again, the focus is really on the commercial sale of smoky fuels, including smoky coal, turf, and wet wood. So just to acknowledge my co-workers, Paul Buckley, who is now in the EPA, sat by the fire for that long week in Tipperary, and we had help from lots of people around local authorities and, of course, the EPA as well. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we're going to do questions at the end. Is that okay? So we'll stay on schedule and get on. But yeah, I think we have to recognise there was some personal sacrifice there for the team sitting in that house for a week, given what you were studying and you probably knew you were being exposed to. Our next presentation, we're going to move from air to water, and I'm delighted to introduce Jenny Deacon. Jenny is the manager of the Catchment Science and Management Unit in the EPA, and the team there is building the evidence base to assess the pressures impacting on water quality for the specific purpose of informing water policy. Jenny has 30 years experience working in water science, the water science water policy interface, both in Ireland and in Australia. She has a degree in geology from, I think I have to say, the University of Galway now, a research master's in environmental hydrogeology from Trinity College Dublin, and a PhD in catchment science also from Trinity College. So I'll hand over to you, Jenny.
Thank you very much, Ruth. So yes, I'm going to talk a bit about some work that we're doing to provide the evidence to support the policy, the water policy, particularly around the impacts of the agriculture sector on water quality. It's only a subset of the work we do, but it's a nice story to bring out in the context of the day. And lots of the concepts I'm going to talk about actually in this presentation, in my little small water world, I was quite pleasantly surprised and pleased to see that they're reflected in some of the international discussions that we heard earlier. So I'm going to give you a little flash tour of water quality, the water quality context in Ireland to kind of set the scene for the type of work we do. It won't be a surprise to everyone, we've got a lot of rainfall. We do actually have a big rainfall gradient from the west to the east. And that has a bearing on water quality because water falling from the sky drives the pollutants into waters. We also have a very wide and varied range in our geology and our soils, and that also has consequences for water and contaminant movement through the landscape. And all that rain and the different soil conditions gives rise to a very dense network of small streams, and all of those need protection. So that also has policy implications. And then with regard to farming, we have a big variation and again, big gradients in the types and the intensities of farming across the country. And the darker the green there is the more intensive farming in the south and southeast. And that also has a bearing on water quality. So a quick tour then of the key water quality parameters that are of interest. The map on the left shows our nitrate concentrations. And nitrate and the second graph, which is the map, which is phosphorus, are both really important nutrients for driving eutrophication in our waterways, which is the excess growth of plant and algae. And I'll show some pictures in the next slide of what that means. So we're very interested in the agency at looking at the concentrations of nitrate and the concentrations of phosphate and how they vary over time and space, and how then can we put measures in place to address them. And then the map on the right then shows the integrated assessment of our ecological impacts from all of the different sorts of pressures. And it's, again, a lot of variability around the country. I should say that the colors in all of these three maps are generally blues and greens are good, and reds and oranges and yellows are not so good. So you can see there's quite a wide variety. Approximately half of our rivers and lakes don't meet the required environmental standards for waters, and the trends aren't going in the right direction. So we have a lot of work to do, and it is a very complex situation, which I hope I've been able to convey in just these two small slides. The key philosophy in the National River Basin Management Plan is to try and get the right measure into the right place, and I should also say at the right time as well, because we've got such variability that it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. And that is a real challenge when it comes to agriculture, because we have such a diverse range of farming practices, different soil types, different rainfall, lots of variability in the system. So trying to develop policy that is going to actually deliver water outcomes is no small feat. So this is what it looks like. If we have too much nitrogen and phosphorus in our waters, it's an excess growth of algae, and there's three pictures there. And while farming is the biggest contributor of these nutrients to our landscape, farming is not the only source. There are lots of other sources, including urban wastewater, so people, pressures, septic tanks, forestry, runoff from urban areas. So this is also a challenge, back to our previous presentation, in trying to apportion the load and the effort needed from each of those different sectors. So we work in our team in developing a lot of the evidence to underpin this, the policy that's needed to try and get the water quality outcomes. And I'm going to talk about the type of evidence we've generated in 3 levels. The level 1 evidence is about calling out the problem. And as an agency, we do an awful lot of water monitoring. And we produce an annual water indicators report, which has key water quality indicators tracked over time. We do a more integrated 3-year report, which looks at all of the indicators and integrates them into a more holistic assessment. We publish also reports on our methodologies and our sampling programs. All our metrics are intercalibrated with the other member states so that you can see a uniform picture, or you can compare like with like across member states. And we do a lot of work around disseminating in infographics and fact sheets and through social media what we're actually doing out in the field and what it looks like. And these reports have a huge value. They're always keen interest in the media on them, and there's a couple of headlines there. And they are a really important record for the state on how water quality looks today and how it's tracking over time. They're very useful for creating awareness and for generating conversation. And you can see the media headline there from the Irish Times. We are always very pleased when we make an Irish Times editorial. We're generating conversation if that's the case. And with all of the background supporting information, we're really demonstrating and building that credibility and trust in our national water monitoring programme. But there is a difficulty with this, what I'd call level 1 evidence, in that it's very good at identifying the problems, but not solutions. And it's hard for policymakers and indeed all the other actors in the evidence ecosystem, if we can call it that, to actually say, well, what am I going to do with this? This is someone else's problem, but this isn't about me. So we moved in the agency now into our level 2 evidence, where we're trying to do a bit more to target the science to the users that need to pick up that science to take the action on it. And so here's a couple of the outputs that we've developed over the last while. The graph on the left shows the number of water bodies that are impacted by different pressure types compared over 2 assessment periods. Now, it's quite small, but just suffice to say that each pair of bars is the comparison in what's happening in each pressure type in numbers of water bodies impacted over time. The biggest pair of bars is agriculture. And that is no surprise, because agriculture is the biggest land user across the country. But what is of interest is that when you break it all down and you compare from one assessment period to the next, agriculture is going in the wrong direction. The blue bar is higher than the orange. In contrast then, when you look at all the other sources down along, the third pair of bars is urban wastewater. And it's very satisfying to see, I suppose, all the investment recently over time in the urban wastewater sector is starting to show improvements that while urban wastewater is still a problem, it is at least going in the right direction. On the right then, in order to help the agriculture sector figure out, well, okay, in the places where we are a problem, what types of measures or efforts do we need to target? So this is a map produced by my colleague who's in the audience actually today, Eva Mokler, where we've looked at those water bodies that are in trouble. The blue ones are the ones that need phosphorus measures and sediment and chemicals, but we'll focus on the phosphorus. And that's a certain type of action needed in the landscape to solve that issue. The orange, on the other hand, are the ones where we need nitrate reduction measures. And that's a whole different science of measure and action that I'm not going to go into specifics of today, but it's really important that we can distinguish those to drive this message of the right measure in the right place. And then there are some areas where we have a hatch, and that's because with our complexity of soils and all of the other issues, we actually need both sets of measures. So this level 2 type evidence is really useful now to start to target the users that need to take action and the specific issues that they need to address. And it kind of answers some of those questions that often come back from one sector or another that says, well, we're all doing great work, but them over there, it's their problem. Now we can actually elucidate exactly the scale of effort needed. But it still doesn't quite lead to, well, what do we do about it? And that's where we've now moved into our, what I'd say is our level 3 evidence about helping to bring the evidence to target the action. On the left here, I'm going to focus in this, all of these pictures on the nitrogen issues. So on the left, these are the catchments and the places in Ireland where we need the greatest amount of nitrogen reduction. And we've done the science behind this, and we can see that certain areas need more reduction than others. But on the maps on the right, then, you can really break it down to farm scale and say that even within the landscape, there are risky areas where you're going to lose more nitrogen than others. So the darker the purple, the greater the risk. And so there's two contrasting catchments there where definitely some farms need nitrogen measures and the other farms on the lighter beigey colors don't. So now we have tools that are applicable to farmers that they can pick up and look at and say, well, I'm in a risky catchment, I need to reduce nitrogen, I can see how much we need to reduce by as a community, and here's what I can do with this on my farm. So now this level of evidence is starting to talk about the numbers. So we have the scale of action needed. There's numerical targets. We can say we need X thousand tons of nitrogen reduction needed in this area or this area. And now we have these risk maps, or these PIP maps, which show where are these most risky areas in the landscape to simplify all of the science that I talked through in the first two slides. So those maps, those risk maps, integrate a huge amount of scientific evidence and research that has gone into figuring out where those most risky areas are in the landscape. And we've condensed all of that science down into a very simple color-coded map that will be helpful in targeting action. So these are the tools to act. So how is our evidence being used? Well, first up, I'd say we have a new local authorities waters program, which is using the science and those risk maps that I showed in the field to actually target action. So they're using our maps to do local science and local action and get local improvements. And we are starting to see some improvements in those areas. The map on the right highlights the areas within the country where this local authorities waters program is working to target the effort to achieve water quality outcomes. And we are seeing the green shoots of a positive response in those areas. In addition then, Teagasc and the dairy industry sustainability advisors, again, this is a new service of advisors that go around following the local authorities water program, and where there are problems, they take up, again, our risk maps, and they work with farmers to try and seek practice change to achieve the water quality outcomes needed. And they have described those maps now as game changers, which is really a positive thing for us on the science side to be able to have our maps being used in this way. The maps are also now being used in the agri-environment schemes and will be used to fund actions. Again, this right measure in right place concept. The same is happening in the group water scheme sector, where the maps are being used to target measures to protect local drinking water supplies. And the last one on the list, which is kind of it's probably a strange one to put on the list, but we were very pleased to see that our nitrogen reduction assessment, which we published in 2021, in a fairly quiet way, we just put it out there on Twitter that this report was available, was actually picked up and raised in the Dáil as a hot topic. Now that in itself is no great thing, there's lots of hot topics to go on, but the very fact that without a press release or without any big fanfare, we were able to communicate our science in an intelligible enough way for someone to pick it up and think, this is important, I need to bring this to the Dáil. So we were really pleased to see that. So what have we learned? Well, on the science side, and again, these are the learnings that we've learned from our little water space. And as I said at the start, it's really interesting to see that some of the same concepts have been picked up by particularly our speakers in the first session. We have found that there's a need in the water space, because it's so variable, for some intermediate, what I'd call practical science. And that's the type of work we do in the agency. And we're a bridge between the academic, new frontiers, small scale, blue sky research, which is advancing knowledge and innovation. So there's something needed between that kind of science and the policy to make it nationally applicable. And that's the space that we're in with our risk maps, condensing all of that new academic science into useful tools to actually affect action. We've also learned it's critical to communicate the science in a user and policymaker-centred way. And I have both of those in the one sentence. So while the policymakers have clear needs, for us, the users are also the farmers. So we've done a fair bit of talking to farmers to see what kind of tools are useful, or what are the questions they have, and we've tried to engage with those users and road test our draft outputs, listen to the questions and the concerns and the whataboutery that comes back, and try to answer those up front with the science to head those things off at the pass. The last one then is really important too, to have the science peer-reviewed, to maintain standards and develop the credibility. But that doesn't necessarily always mean in international journals. While there is obviously a process in academia and ranking, and we heard it earlier, perish or publish, quite often the most important peer review is the local community who know the local area and can pick it up and say, well, that's just not going to work, or you've forgotten about this in the Irish context. So we rely quite heavily on our local peer group, I suppose, particularly Teagasc, to help with that peer review process. When it comes to the policy, what have we learned? Well, I have a picture of a big grey ship there because that's the way I envisage the policy. Big, slow, many decks, not all always going in the same direction, very challenging. There's a hidden set of hurdles, I would say, in that nexus between the science and policy, which is completely invisible to scientists. And it was spoken about earlier this morning, the logistics of implementing a policy. There's the enforcement. It has to be enforceable, which means it has to be black and white, which means there can't be uncertainty, which is bread and butter for a scientist. The socioeconomic elements, and also the politics, which we talked about earlier, those values and belief sets which ultimately are going to govern what way a policy ends up. Stronger communication is critical, but it does take time. And I suppose we've been thinking about the value of the involvement of intermediaries in that process. And we've talked a lot about that this morning. And there's lots of different types of intermediaries that we perhaps should be exploring further. The last point there then too is around the different priorities that different departments have. And I suppose we just put it out there, is there better opportunity for us to try and join up the science and the policy across different departments where actually they might be quite linked, particularly in relation to, for example, biodiversity, water, climate, soil, health, and flooding. You know, there's always environmental aspects to all of those things, but the responsibility for the policy delivery is in different silo units or different departments. There's a huge opportunity, we think, to actually join that thinking up a bit more and develop science that can deliver on more than one policy front. So that's it. I was really struck by this phrase that came from the flyer for the conference today, which I hadn't thought about it in this way before, but that's exactly what we've been trying to do within our little case study of water, trying to go from the know what, which is our level 1 type evidence, to the know how, which is our level 3. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jenny. That was fantastic. Really great to see that going into action all the way to the end. Our third speaker now is Dr. Dermot Torney, who's an associate professor in the School of Law and Government in DCU. And here we're going to sort of step back and look at climate, and that's what Dermot's research focuses on. He looks at climate change politics, policy, and governance. Again, kind of a nice segue from Jenny's talk when we think about those big issues really coming into play when it comes to getting things into implementation. Dermot is the co-director of the DCU Centre for Climate and Society, and he's the programme chair of DCU's MSc in Climate Change, Policy, Media and Society. So there you are, Dermot. Hand over to you.
Thanks very much, Ruth, for that introduction, and thank you to the EPA, to Jonathan and his colleagues for the invitation to join you here this afternoon. It's been a really rich and interesting discussion, hearing from both sides, or from multiple sides of the evidence policy interface. So Ruth said that I'm going to speak about climate. I'm actually going to speak a bit about climate and a bit about biodiversity governance. I was asked to present one case study. I'm going to present two, so if you like, you're getting two for the price of one. I'm going to start off with some general remarks about my background. So starting broad, then going into the two case studies, and then zooming back out again to the broad level, trying to identify some key ingredients for successful evidence to policy. And these are obviously from my own perspective, and some of them I think resonate with other speakers earlier today. So to start off, just to tell you a bit about myself, we've heard some references already today to the social sciences and the need for more social scientific research. I'm coming from within a branch of the social sciences. I'm a political scientist. Some of you may think that those terms, that's an oxymoron, but political science is essentially the systematic study of politics as a social phenomenon. And I'm interested in particularly climate change, but also other aspects of environmental governance. So my own research trajectory or journey has spanned, in terms of geographical focus, the global to the European to the national. I wrote my PhD on EU relations with China and India on climate change. And returned to Ireland about 8 years ago, took up a position in DCU. And over that time since, I have increasingly focused on Ireland and Ireland in a comparative European perspective. I would like to think that I'm engaged in policy-oriented research and outreach and engagement. And I mention this because I wouldn't take it for granted that all researchers, certainly not all academics, but even all academics researching in the environmental space on climate change are necessarily as interested or as engaged as interested in undertaking engaged research. I've mentioned there also that I'm a co-director of DCU's Centre for Climate and Society, and Ruth mentioned that when she introduced me. And I say that not to try and burnish my own credentials, but as a jumping off point for a particular anecdote, which is about 6 weeks ago, we had a meeting of the members of the Centre for Climate and Society in DCU. So this is there were about 20 people there. And we had been told, we're in a recently established research centre, and we'd been told by our advisory board, or we had been asked by our advisory board, what is your theory of change? And if I'm honest, we didn't have a very compelling answer to that question. And so we brought in an external facilitator for a day-long workshop about 6 weeks ago of the members of the centre to try and figure out what is our theory of change. And one of the really interesting things that the facilitator that day did was to do a series of exercises. I can't remember the name of it, but it's where you get people to stand in a line according to their views on a particular question. And one of the questions was essentially what our own individual theory of change in our work is. Do we see our contribution to society? It was taken for granted that we are all interested in some way in combating climate change, solving environmental challenges. But the question the facilitator put to us was, do you see your role as writing high-quality, peer-reviewed papers published in international, highly ranked journals, or do you see yourself engaging in media, going on Twitter, or being that more kind of frontline activist academic? And it was interesting to observe the spectrum of views within our group of people who are academics focusing on the social sciences and climate change. There was a diversity of perspectives. We were relatively bunched in the middle, I would say, but there was a diversity of perspectives. And I mentioned all of that because I think there are different views, legitimately different views among the research community about how we should be using our expertise and our voice in contributing to policy. So the two case studies I'm going to talk about are building on two pieces of EPA-funded research that I did. One of the ones on the screen that you'll see in the bottom left here is not, in fact, one of the ones I'm going to talk about today. It was an EPA-funded project on policy evaluation. I'd be happy to speak about that more in the Q&A afterwards. There have been some remarks already today about our need for greater focus on ex-ante and ex-post policy evaluation. I would certainly concur with that. But I want instead to talk about two other pieces of research and in a way where they led and how they underpinned some initiatives that I undertook in terms of engaging with the policy process. So one is this research. The report title was Enabling Decarbonisation, and actually Laura Burke, I was chatting to her this morning, she was recalling this particular piece of research. It was essentially about the governance of decarbonisation of the energy sector in Ireland. And the other one, again, the report title was Deepening Public Engagement on Climate Change Lessons from the Citizens' Assembly in 2017. So I'll run through each. I'll give you kind of a snapshot of both of those research projects and where they, what they led to in terms of policy engagement in the policy process. So with respect to this case study on strengthening climate change, the governance of climate change in Ireland. Perhaps a little bit in contrast to the previous two speakers, I'm not going to go into the details of the research findings, but my remarks are going to be a bit more process focused. I've put here screen grabs of some academic papers and that EPA research, basically mapping out the strengths, but mostly the limitations of the existing governance of climate change and energy in Ireland. This is going back to the period in the mid-2010s. And one of the key findings of this research program was essentially to highlight the weak basis of the existing governance and legislative framework for climate change and climate action in Ireland. And one of the key, I guess, recommendations was the need to strengthen the then Climate Action and Low Carbon Development Act that had been passed by the Oireachtas and signed into law in 2015. And so most of you are, if not all, are probably familiar with the broad outlines of the story, which is that legislation was amended by the 2021 Amendment Act, and essentially the slide looks a little bit self-important. I've put a picture of myself testifying to an Oireachtas Committee on Climate Action as part of their scrutiny of the general scheme of the Climate Action Amendment Bill 2020. But essentially, what I tried to do here was around about the time the new government was formed. So I think it was July 2020, I put together this, you might be able to read there, Options for Strengthening Ireland's Climate Law. This was essentially a distilling of the findings of that research programme so that it was kind of ready to go and so this was underpinned by the research that I had undertaken a number of years at that point previously. And so if you like, the research findings were sitting on a shelf gathering dust, and then the political context changed, and we heard earlier in the day about the vagaries of the political and policy system. One of the key climate commitments in the program 2020 program for government was a commitment to strengthen the 2015 Climate Act, but it was set out in relatively general terms. So a lot of the detail was yet to be worked out. So in terms of kind of engagement, I appeared at an Oireachtas committee. I wrote a number of op-eds in the Irish Times. I had meetings with Minister Ryan and his advisors. I spoke at some public events and so forth. So if you like, this case study was a story of an underlying piece of research that I'd undertaken in this case a couple of years before, but then a quite kind of proactive attempt by me, not as part of a particular research project, but if you like, off my own bat, to turn that as best I could into some kind of policy impact. And before I finish on this case study, I'm not in any way trying to say that the amendment of the Climate Act was all about me. There was a whole bunch of other people saying essentially the same thing as me, or very, very similar things. So I wouldn't want to claim credit, claim total or anything like it credit for this process. The second case study that I want to touch upon is in the area of what I'm calling here inclusive biodiversity governance. And this really is an ongoing and live piece of work that is playing out over the coming weeks, as it turns out. But the basis here was the Citizens Climate Project. So this was a project, again, funded by the EPA that sought to do a couple of things with respect to the 2016 to 18 Citizens Assembly that deliberated on climate change in the autumn of 2017. We undertook a review of all of the public submissions to the Citizens Assembly on the topic of climate change. And we also tried to distill some best practice principles for deliberation and public engagement. And so we published a couple of academic papers coming out of this. We also published this toolkit as part of the EPA project. We had a workshop, Jonathan. I was trying to dig out photos from the workshop. I wasn't able to find one, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure you were in the room on that day. I wasn't able to locate any, but we had a very well-attended workshop in, I think it was September 2019. And so, but to bring it up to the present, and again, kind of the winding road of research to engagement and impact. Earlier this year, I was commissioned, along with some colleagues in UCC and also Terre des Hommes, an international children's environmental rights organization, to design and implement children and young people's assembly on biodiversity loss. So this is what you see on the right of the screen here. And this is running in parallel with, alongside, and in an intergenerational dialogue with the Adult Citizens Assembly on Biodiversity Loss that is taking place over the course of this year. And so we are drawing on the findings of the Citizens Climate Project. We're also, Clodagh Harris from UCC is one of the people involved in our Children and Young People's Assembly on Biodiversity Loss. She was very involved in the Imagining 2050, I think was the name of that project. So if you like, this is a bringing together of two, the findings of two EPA-funded research projects. In case you're interested, the Children and Young People's Assembly is meeting this weekend in Glencree in County Wicklow, and 2 weekends hence in Killarney House and Gardens, and has completely taken over my life to the point where I was, over the last 24 hours, and this is no exaggeration, trying to find a portaloo that we can rent for the weekend. Certainly not something I thought was part of my job description, but it is one of the Children and Young People's Assembly on Biodiversity Loss. It's one of the maddest, but also the most fun and exciting projects that I have ever had the pleasure of being involved with. And I guess, in a way, the common theme between this and the previous case study is that kind of winding road of research to impact, and that when we undertook this project in 2019, I couldn't have envisaged how that piece of research would go on to inform what I would be doing three years hence. So I just want to conclude now with a couple of reflections from my own perspective. And as I said, I think some of these will chime with what other speakers have said earlier today. Others might be at odds, and hopefully, my contribution will contribute to the richness of today's discussion. And so I've divided this into four sets of ingredients, each targeted on a different, if you like, piece of the ecosystem. So the first is with respect to researchers themselves. So those of us on the academic side, and particularly not the academic environment, that's my next set, but starting off with the researchers themselves. So the first thing I think is needed is this intrinsic motivation. And as I said, I don't think this is we should take this as a given. And in my view, academics can legitimately disagree on the extent to which they ought to be engaged in policy relevant research. The second, I think, ingredient with respect to researchers is around the area of knowledge and skills. And by knowledge, I don't mean kind of scientific knowledge. I mean knowledge of how the policy process works, of how to engage effectively with it, but also the skills. And I think there is a piece of work to be done, particularly perhaps around early career researchers in terms of building up that skill set. The second category of it I tried to identify is around academic institutions. And so I've listed there incentive structures. There have been references already today to the publish or perish culture. My sense is that in DCU we are perhaps slightly more enabled or encouraged to engage with the wider world, whether it's industry, enterprise, society, the policy system. Certainly, I feel like my work, my outreach work, my work engaging with the policy world is recognised by my university, by the incentive structures that I face. Other researchers may not feel the same way, but I think there is a conversation to be had around that. The other thing I've noted there is space and time, and the fact that if I was to map what proportion of my time is devoted to research, and within that what proportion is devoted to outreach and engagement with respect to that research, it would be a relatively small part. We are all overloaded, we are all busy, and so that's a real challenge. The third, you won't be surprised to hear an academic talking about the funding environment, the funding landscape. I think, so there have been some mentions, oh, sorry, that's my 20-minute, 20 minutes are up, I'm nearly there. The third element is funding, and so there was mention earlier today about the fast track evidence to policy scheme run by the EPA. I don't have time to go into it now, but when I looked into one of those projects around well-being indicators at the end of last year, the way the structure was set up meant it was literally impossible for me to apply within DCU's within the funding structures and the time frame of the call. There was no, I couldn't even move mountains to apply. So I think there's a discussion to be had around particular funding schemes. From our side of the fence, I think we would welcome more sustained, integrated, long-term funding. I'm on the executive group of the All-Ireland Climate and Biodiversity Research Network, which is making the case for sustained long-term funding that goes beyond kind of piecemeal research in particular projects. There also needs to be better support for PhDs and postdocs. I think there was an additional €500 in the budget for PhD stipends, which, given the cost of living crisis, is insufficient to put it mildly, and that's a matter for PhD students and for postdocs themselves. It's a matter for those of us who are trying to hire them as well, because we simply can't attract good people or people at all. And then finally, from my view, looking into the policy system, I think the need for absorptive capacity. So on the policy side, for kind of interlocutors for us that have the time to engage with academics and with academic research. And I think there's an important role for broker agents and similar organizations, and we've touched on some of those themes in the contributions today already. And then, just to finish off, I think there is a kind of, and coming back to some of what I said about my own case studies, I think there is an element of serendipity, of timing, and just of good luck. So this is, in some ways, an art as much as a science. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Diarmuid. That was really great, and I think everyone will appreciate, the honesty with which you address some of those issues, and I'd like to get back to some of them in the Q&A. Also, absolutely, I think no problem to add biodiversity into climate. One of my things that we constantly need to talk about climate, biodiversity and pollution crises. This is not one thing, alongside humans and other animals, which I think is an important leveller when we think about biodiversity. Now, our final research topic this afternoon, last but not least, we have Kevin Kelleher. Kevin also works in the EPA, and he's in the Office of Radiation Protection and Environmental Monitoring. Kevin has over 20 years' experience in radiation protection, and he currently works in the nuclear safety section. Prior to that, he was involved in radiation monitoring and environmental preparedness. Kevin has developed international safety reports and technical documents on radioactivity in food and in drinking water for the International Atomic Energy Agency, and has also worked closely with national stakeholders on the transposition of legislation in these areas. So Kevin, over to you.
Thanks very much. I suppose I should say that I am in nuclear safety at the moment and talking to a few of you over lunchtime. I'm sorry to disappoint you. This talk won't be about iodine tablets. So I'm going to talk about radiation protection policy and science through an example here on the development of requirements for radioactivity in drinking water in Ireland. And just to say that, like a lot of policy, radiation policy is really done at an international level. So it's done by organizations like the International Commission for Radiological Protection, the International Atomic Energy Agency, from an Irish point of view, and most importantly, by the European Atomic Energy Community, or Euratom, that was signed into law in 1957, the same day the European Economic Community was put together. So Euratom itself develops basic safety standards for radiation protection of people from all sources of ionizing radiation. So just to focus first of all on the policy around radioactivity, and in this case here, radioactivity in drinking water. So the European Council has established a forum called the Working Party on Atomic Questions, and this forum addresses technical issues covered by the Euratom Treaty. So this is principally around nuclear energy, nuclear safety, radioactive waste management, and from our point of view today, radiation protection for the public and for the environment. So back in 2011, the European Commission issued a proposal for a new radioactivity in drinking water directive, which can be seen on the right-hand side here. So this new directive would require EU member states to monitor and measure radioactive substances in drinking water. Now, prior to this, there were no legally binding requirements to monitor for radioactivity in drinking water. Up until this point, the European Commission had published recommendations around monitoring and measurement of radioactivity in drinking water, but as I said, nothing legally binding. The standard drinking water legislation did mention radioactivity, but there were no parametric values or limits or reference levels put in around radioactivity in drinking water. So there was a bit of a gap before they introduced this. And this proposed directive, or draft directive, was developed after consultation with various Euratom expert groups, particularly two in particular. One was a high-level group looking at radiation protection in general, and then one, a very technical group that looked at the monitoring of radioactivity in the environment and the measurement of radioactivity in the environment as well. So, as I said, this draft directive was put towards the Working Party on Atomic Questions, and feedback was sought from member states on the proposed text in the directive itself. So I'm just going to move now to the science around radioactivity in drinking water and focus on the measurement of radioactivity in drinking water in Ireland in particular. So as you all know, EPA is responsible for the protection of the public from all sources of ionizing radiations. So not only do we regulate the sources of ionizing radiation in the country, we also monitor for radioactivity in the environment. And this graphic on the right-hand side here shows you the different types of monitoring that we carry out. We monitor for radioactivity in the air, we monitor radioactivity in food, we monitor radioactivity in the marine environment, and this is kind of a legacy thing from discharges from nuclear power plants and nuclear facilities in the United Kingdom. And then we also monitor for radioactivity in drinking water. So it may surprise you that we have been monitoring the levels of radioactivity in drinking water since 1982. Now, I know the EPA wasn't established back in 1982, but we did have radiological predecessors. We had the Radiological Protection Institute of Ireland, and we also had, back in the 1980s, the Nuclear Energy Board. So they monitored the levels of radioactivity in drinking water, starting in 1982 with monitoring gross beta activity, as it was called. And then over the years, we added additional radionuclides and different radioactive substances that we monitored for in and around the surface and drinking water, groundwater supplies in Ireland. So just to show you here, this is kind of a more recent survey we conducted on groundwater supplies in Ireland. So we have collated a significant amount of radioactive data and knowledge on the levels of the radioactivity and the behavior of the radioactivity in all of these supplies around the country. So returning now to the policy and the science and how it kind of meets up in this. So as I said, we had a proposed directive in relation to radioactivity in drinking water, and there were a number of challenges that we had to overcome with our policy people to get this in the draft directive into a state that we could implement it at a practical level in Ireland. I think the first issue we had was around communications. Ireland was represented by the permanent representation of Ireland to the EU on the Working Party on Atomic Questions. So when this draft directive came to our representatives on the Working Party for Atomic Questions, this was the Department of Foreign Affairs. They immediately passed this draft directive to the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government, which was the lead government department at the time, in relation to radioactivity, or in relation to drinking water supplies. And this went to the Water and Planning Division in that department. So they started working on it. They started looking at the possibility of monitoring for radioactivity, unaware that we had a role and responsibility for monitoring radioactivity in the environment. So it was really one of our colleagues, or one of my colleagues, the senior scientist in charge of the radiation monitoring laboratory at the time, who was Ciara McMahon, who's sadly no longer with us. She is the one who picked this up online. She found a copy of the draft directive online, and she had the foresight to contact the relevant people in the Department of Foreign Affairs and also in the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government to tell them that we were the responsible body in terms of monitoring for radioactivity. And then we got involved in this consultation process in developing the policy and the consultation on the draft directive. In addition to this, as I said previously, there were expert groups who had developed or who were involved in the development of this draft directive. There was the Article 31 group of experts. So we did have a representative on this group as well. This was a very high-level group looking at radiation protection in general and looking at it in the context of what was happening at the time. This was around 2011. They were dealing with the fallout of the Fukushima accident. They were dealing with nuclear stress tests and nuclear power plants in Europe as a result of the Fukushima accident. And they were also trying to develop an overall basic safety standards to update older basic safety standards. So their focus really wasn't primarily on radioactivity in drinking water. This was only a small part of the work they had to do. There was also the other expert group, which was a technical committee, the Committee of Member State Representatives established under Articles 35 and 36 of the Euratom Treaty. Again, they were only focused on one small part of the development of this directive. So there was a kind of a communications breakdown in the development, in the publication of this draft directive. So we were late getting to the consultation around this. But once this had been addressed, the other challenge we had was around scientific communication. We had to address specific technical aspects related to radioactivity drinking water and communicate this effectively to the policymakers. So in this case, it was the people at the Working Party on Atomic Questions, the Department of Foreign Affairs. So we set up a direct line of communications with them. So we were talking to them directly, and they could liaise with the policymakers at that level and also raise our concerns around all these technical aspects. So you can see here, as a scientist myself, I suppose one of the key concerns or one of the key issues for us is that we get bogged down in the technical detail. We like talking sieverts and becquerels and radiation and indicative dose, and this can be a problem when we're dealing with policy, especially at an international level. And to give you an example of this, I submitted this presentation to the organisers of this seminar on Monday evening, and I got a response back saying it was too technical. And I fully agree with that. And this is the only place you'll see becquerel in the presentation now, Jonathan. So that was an issue that we had to overcome when we were dealing with policymakers. And then finally, the science itself. Looking at the draft directive as it was published at the time, the scientific basis for drinking water measurements in the draft directive was based on much older international recommendations. So the recommendations they had in there, sorry, the advice they had in there, the directive itself, was based on WHO guidelines for drinking water quality that were published back in 1996. Now, they've been superseded twice since that time. And this was a huge issue for us because we knew that based on the measurements we had made, that this was unworkable on a practical level, especially in Ireland. So our challenge when talking with our policymakers was to ensure that the text of the draft directive was revised to ensure the requirements were based on the most up-to-date scientific evidence. And what we were able to rely on was over 30 years of radiation monitoring data in drinking water supplies and the expertise of our staff who were able to communicate effectively with the policymakers so that we were able to raise our concerns and to work with our policymakers to get these changes made in the directive itself. So what were the outcomes in relation to this? So I suppose the key thing is that the draft drinking water directive was updated to reflect the more current scientific evidence based on the data we had provided our policymakers and communicated that effectively with us. The Irish concerns raised on the earlier drafts of the directive were addressed in the final adopted directive. Now, this wasn't just one round of consultation. It took 6 goes to get this directive finalised before it was published by the European Commission and then subsequently transposed into Irish legislation. But what we found then, we kind of had 4 key issues in relation to this. And the first one was that whether this directive or the text of the directive could be implemented on a practical level in Ireland. So what we found is that the final directive, as published by the European Commission, or by Euratom, could be implemented on a practical level in Ireland. Now, I'm just going to get a little bit scientific here. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but the other 3 issues in relation to the parameters we had to measure for radioactivity in drinking water. The first one was indicative dose. The dose can't be measured in water. We use kind of different measurements to estimate the dose in the water. And what we found at the time was that, as I said previously, the recommendations they had in the draft directive, they'd recommended these levels that were way too low, and we get too many false positives. We knew this from the measurements we'd made in the past. So after negotiating with our policymakers and from them seeking support from other European member states, we were able to include in the text of the directive flexibility in setting our own screening levels, which worked very well for us. Looking at tritium, tritium is basically a human-made radionuclide. It only ends up in water bodies as a result of discharges from nuclear facilities. We don't have nuclear facilities in Ireland, and based on the monitoring we had conducted in the past, we conducted an extensive monitoring program of tritium to prove that there was no tritium in our water bodies in Ireland. So we were able to look at this draft directive and include text in there so that we wouldn't have to monitor for tritium in our drinking water bodies in Ireland, because we had no sources of it in the environment. And then finally, radon, which is a key one for us. Radon levels in Ireland are typically higher than those in other European countries, and this is found in certain drinking water supplies around the country as well. So the original directive itself had proposed a radon level that was far too low for it to be implementable at a regional level, which wouldn't compromise the security of our water supplies. So again, we had extensive body of knowledge and data around radon in drinking water. And as a result of this, we were able to select a higher value for a radon value from the directive that wouldn't compromise the security of our supply while still optimizing the protection of human health. So what have we learned from this? I suppose the key lessons learned is kind of three I have here. The first one is that engagement between the policymakers and technical agencies is key before any legislation is finalized. And the earlier we do this, the better. The other thing to remember is we have to get the right scientists talking to the right policymakers so that we can be effective in implementing this legislation. And the sooner this can be done, the better. Also, scientific evidence can help the justification, first of all, the development and the refinement of legislation. And obviously, as more scientific evidence becomes available, we can revise those policies and we can revise that legislation based on the science that we do have. And also, the scientific evidence we've demonstrated here that we can make legislation more implementable at a practical level when it comes to transposition into Irish law and working with Irish Water and other local authorities when implementing this legislation. And then finally, just one key point that I'd like to raise here. We need to consider the limitations of the science that we have. I know this is probably true, and Jenny mentioned it previously as well in her presentation on the uncertainties around science as well. Radiation protection and radiation science deals a lot with uncertainties. We make a lot of conservative assumptions when it comes to radiation protection. We have to do this. And what we find is that we develop the science and recommendations around this when we talk about things like reference levels or guidance levels or intervention levels. And these are levels above which you need to consider to take action. But what we found, and what they find at an international level, is that these reference levels or guidance levels are seen by policymakers as limits. And once that gets into policy as a limit or as legislation, it's very difficult to change, and it can make life very difficult for people implementing this legislation or policy into the future. So that's all I have in relation to this, and I'm happy to take any questions.
We're at the end of what has been a great day, and I have got great feedback from so many people that I was talking to over the course of the day. So I'm really heartened by the appetite there is for this subject, and the breadth of the people that are here means that we will not be doing this on our own, but we'll all be working together, and that is really important. I just want to say thank you again to all the speakers. Really, every single presentation brought forward something new, as well as picking up many of the themes throughout the day. So they really each added to the day. And thank you to Jerry Clabby and Ruth Freeman for chairing as well. Also, a day like today does not happen on its own. A huge amount of work goes in the background. So really important for me to acknowledge colleagues in the EPA who have made all of this happen, put together a great agenda. Jonathan Durham, Colette Ryan, Annette Cahalan, Lee Kelly and Brian Donlan, who are made the day what it is, but then will also be working in this space to act on many of the things that we heard about today. I mean, it's clear, going right back to Laura's presentation, that the science policy interface is complicated, it is challenging, there are multiple actors, there are multiple disciplines, we need to bring in the social sciences more, we heard that today, And that's nested within a world that is increasingly complex. We've more ambiguity, more polarization, more populism. So, you know, navigating this space is going to be challenging and is challenging. There was a lot of humility I thought about today in that science is not going to answer everything, and I think it's good to be realistic about that, and that we in the EPA are not certainly going to be able to solve everything. We wouldn't even really try. We're very much part of our ethos is to work with others, but we are very committed to working in this space, and you know, that's acting, going back to Philip's presentation, on the recommendations of the OECD, that we do look at moving along that science policy spectrum. And Philip really talked about the challenges that we have in that and treading that path and making sure that we don't overstep. And it is something that is really very much in the DNA of the EPA, that we provide the science and the evidence and the information. We are not involved in policy. We want to make sure we're developing policy, but we want to make sure that we support that with the science and the evidence. And again, you know, we won't do this on our own. We heard from Trudy about the national structures that would be put in place, and I think that really gives us a good framework to bring these deliberations on. We, as a research funder, the EPA, are looking at, and we've heard it through the course of the day, how in the research that we are funding as an organisation, do we get that information out, and do we transfer that knowledge into the policy system? We had really good examples from UCC and DCU, and David talked to us about the work that they're doing for us on knowledge transfer. But then the second part, and I think that's really come out in the course of the day, is where do the scientists that sit in the EPA and other organisations like GSI, Marine Institute, Met Éireann, picking up the final thread there of the conversation, where do they sit within this policy or scientific advice structures that we have in the country, and how do we ensure that we're not duplicating, that we're not tripping over each other, but that we are all individually adding value? So there's kind of two streams there that we need to think about ourselves as an organisation, and really, you know, I don't have the answers today, but we are, I think what some of the in particular Jenny was saying, you know, we're bridging organisations, we're thinking about, you know, the how-to rather than the what. The implementation science piece is really coming through. The IPA is working on implementation science for us over the next 2 years, so very much at the cutting edge of that. And we know we don't need to go back and start from scratch. We had really, really good examples coming from the JRC of the amount of thinking and knowledge that they've put out on this, from the European Environment Agency, Portugal, a country which, in terms of size, maybe we were drawing comparisons between the two of them, and they don't have it all sorted either, as well as the great case studies that we had this afternoon. So we will build on this. It is a jigsaw, and I think we are very committed to operating and contributing our piece to that jigsaw, but it really won't make, we won't make a nice picture unless we all work together. So just want to say thank you again for a great day. There is more tea outside. That's the final thing, if anybody wants to stay and continue the good conversation. So thank you very much.